Given that we have an hour, we're gonna get started. So the first thing on the agenda is the agenda. Is there a motion to amend adopt the agenda? I don't think we need amendments.
So
Great, is there a second?
Second, with also note to the version of the version.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Great, we have an agenda. Is there anyone who would like to speak for public forum? Yes, Ms. Busher.
Thank you. Let's still come up here.
Yes, please.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Busher, and I'm here to speak about an agenda item. It's the $40 million infrastructure bond. And although there has been a revised communication and clarification about the delayed payments regarding the interest, I still feel that it's not that I don't support all the items in it. That's not the point. The point that I feel I want all of you to really think about is that with reappraisal, with calling up more monies for the wastewater, BED coming in with a rate increase, I think, and I just feel that, I don't think there's an appetite or an ability to pay more. It's not a lot, I understand that. But I don't want this to go forward and go down. I think if it goes down, it's harder the second time to get people to support something. They wonder why it went down, even if they weren't paying attention. So I would prefer that the mayor and the council look at that and then wait to see. I'm hoping Congress passes their infrastructure bill and to see what dollars we get. And then I understand there'll be a gap, there'll be a hiatus. I really do get this. I did talk to Norm and Chapin about it. And I applaud them. They're bringing forward the needs of the city. But I still feel that we will have to tolerate that gap while we see what monies we get and what we ultimately need. I also know that if you go forward with a bond, you don't have to draw down those monies. I get that. But if you're looking at your total debt, if you have the potential to draw that down, I think, that plays a role. And I do wonder, one other thing, I do wonder if the school, high school, if the combined debt of the city, school and city, if the school needs more money to borrow, I'm really worried where that leaves us. And I think the high school is a priority. So those are my comments. I've really thought about this, and I don't really like being in this position, but that's how I see it. And that's what I wanted to share with you. The second thing is if you just let me speak to one other thing, you're going to take up an item before you have public forum at the city council. And it has to do with the UVM agreement, as far as the number of students that they can have on campus. And my point for that is that I imagine with COVID that the last year or two enrollment's been down. So this freshman class being really big probably will all flush out. So the number of students maybe is even down from what they could actually attain. I don't know those numbers. You'll find those out. My concern is play this forward 2 years when those now sophomores are going to bump into our community. That's a lot more students than we normally have and we normally house. And I really hope that you will negotiate hard with the University of Vermont to say the excess that normally will now be dumping into our community is on their dime to figure out how to house them, and that it shouldn't be the city once again creating more of a housing crisis because of that. So I just wanted to make that statement also. Thank you both. Thank you both. Sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Anyone else from public forum? Right. Do we have a motion on the consent agenda? Move to adopt and take the action. Excellent, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, consent agenda passes. And we move on to item 4.01. How would the board like to proceed?
Move to recommend that the city council approve the reclassification of the assistant investigator as listed.
Is there a second? Great. Are we ready to take a vote? Great. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. We are moving on to item 4.02, creation of a regular full-time water resources GIS and field specialist position. How would the board like to proceed? Yes, Councilor Paul.
Thanks. I'll make a motion to approve, take the recommended action.
Is there a second? Great, thank you, Councilor Hightower. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries. Item 4.03, reclassification and retitling for the community outreach and support specialist. How would the board like to proceed? Yes, Councilor Paul.
Thanks. I don't know if I assume there's someone here from HR or someone who could just simply give us a brief synopsis of what it is.
Sure. So,
If you could.
yes, we have the full HR contingent.
Thank you.
Because as we see, there's a lot of retitling and reclassification going on. Thank you, Danielle.
Danielle Coder from the HR department. So I'm one of the HR managers. With the CSL position creations, the police department didn't have anybody to supervise these positions and train. And we have Lacey Smith at the police department, who is in the current position. And after reviewing the job description and adding the supervising responsibility, we reclassified and are asking for the reclassification of her position with the extra responsibility of supervising the CSL positions.
And training.
And
Sorry.
training.
Yes, just
Thank
one
you.
important part of getting them up to speed. It will
Yes.
be both the training and then eventual supervision.
Yes.
To approve the reclassification of the timing as listed on the list.
Second that.
Great. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Danielle. And now we are looking to reclassify a position in the CJC item 4.04. How would the board like to proceed? Thank you, Counselor Paul. Is
I mean, I'm happy to. Is there others that
Second.
Is there a second? Great, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I don't see a need for any elaboration.
I mean,
Thank you, Rachel and Brian. It was such a good job. We didn't even need discussion. Item 4.05. Reclassification of 2 REIB positions and creation of 4 more. And as you can see, we have Director Green joining us by Zoom. She was our test subject, making sure things worked out well. Thank you for that. With all of our remote setup. How would the board like to proceed? I know, we're getting tired of this. There's only one more reclass after this. Yes, Counselor Paul.
thanks. Well, I think given the number of changes, the number of creations, that it would be great and always nice to hear from department heads about what they're doing. So Aisha doesn't mind.
Of course, I don't mind. So we have 2 reclassifications, and that is of the public policy and research analysts being reclassified to 2 manager positions. And we have a supplier diversity, and that position is formerly known as the equal opportunity specialist. We wanted to rename it supplier diversity so we can kind of frame what the job will actually be doing. We have an data analyst, which will be an additional data analyst to the city's capacity to do data projects. Our data analyst will be focused on race and racial equity issues. We have an event planner that will not only do Juneteenth event, but all cultural events for the city, most of which will be new, focusing on not just Black events, but Asian events and Latino events and Jewish events and Muslim events. We have a digital designer that would be promoting those events and making artwork for those events. And I believe that's it.
Excellent. Are you ready to make a motion or any further questions, Councilor Paul?
And just these are positions that you would be, that a couple of them are already, they're reclasses, so they are already positions that are filled. And the others are ones that you are creating, so they have not yet been, you're in the process of finding people for those positions.
That is correct. So we would have to put out job announcements for the 4 brand new positions.
I make a motion to recommend the council approve these positions and reclass and creation positions.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the mayor. We are on item 4.06. Thank you, Director Green.
Excellent. So
Thank you.
4.06, creation of 1 role and reclassification of 1 role within the Human Resources Department.
Speak on behalf of
Okay.
HR because Director Durfee is on vacation.
How would the board like to proceed on this?
Move to approve and recommend that the city approve the creation of the HR benefits manager and reclass the HR information specialist as listed on the plans.
I'll second that.
Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Just a 4.07. So the exciting proposal authorization to issue early learning initiative capacity grant for Old North End Arts Inc. $103,676. Duration of the early learning initiative work. So, headed up by Carl Israeli, and how the board like to proceed on this. Short summary would be helpful. So, Carl, ready to do this? Yep. Please, welcome.
I just wanted to know for the record, to conflict of interest with Frank Clear.
As you know, the Early Learning Initiative invests in affordable childcare in the city in two ways. One is the First Step Scholarship Program, which goes directly to families, helping support them in paying for high quality, affordable, well, it's not always affordable, we make it affordable, high quality childcare in the city. The second way we disperse funds is in the form of a capacity grant. And this was an exciting application. The capacity grants are dispersed to either existing childcare centers to help them expand their capacity and create more spots, or they go, as in this case, to the One Arts Center, which, as you may know, it does after-school arts programming and summer camp arts programming. And they have been working really hard to get themselves positioned to be a full childcare facility. With this grant, we will help them with their construction and some of the purchase of their initial goods, tables, chairs for the children, initial games, and things of that sort. We convened the capacity grant committee, which has us on it, a city councilor, that's Councilor Carpenter, and other child care community partners. We voted unanimously in favor of this grant. We felt that there was a definitive need, especially in this neighborhood, for more high quality childcare.
Just one quick question, in terms of deciding on the grants, was it just that there's one application, or do you reach out, or what's kind of the selection process?
So we do reach out, and we have historically, as you see in the application, we've dispersed many grants. And this one is, I think, the only one we have at the moment. It was the only active application, but it rose to the top of not waiting for others. Yeah.
That's interesting.
I was just gonna make a motion. And I move to approve and recommend to the city council that it authorize the economic recovery manager to enter into a capacity grant agreement with the O&E Arts Incorporated for $103,676.61, subject to the conditions enumerated in the grant capacity agreement to be reviewed and approved by the city attorney's office.
Great. Any further discussion? President Tracy?
Just wanted to state my strong support. I've talked to the applicants multiple times and really excited that they're able to move forward with this. I know they had a prior location fall through in the neighborhood, and so to see them move forward here, I think it's a really strong sign. I think it's also just important to note that what could have happened here too instead, this is a location that's a pretty prime location in the neighborhood, so to see it go to childcare as compared to, like, I don't know, another brewery or something like that, I think it's really exciting. So I'm just super excited. And I think one thing that stood out in the conversation that I had with Margaret Coleman recently about this was just the commitment to inclusion in the business, and that was sort of top of mind for her. So I just really appreciate it, and thank you for your work in bringing this grant to us. I really appreciate that as well.
Thanks for sharing that, President Tracy. I've gotten to know delegation pretty well. And for my daughter, who's been going to the after-school program there for both now and last spring, and I think the idea of that program expanding to have a childcare element as well as this after school. So yes, a very exciting evolution and exactly what we hope these capacity grants would do in terms of creating capacity. So awesome. It's just the three of us voting, right? So there's no further discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries unanimously. Preliminary committal materials for V-Trans bicycle and pedestrian program grant for the Intervale Road shared use path. So Norm Baldwin's the engineers here to speak to this. Another exciting project that partner has been hoping to see progress on for some years, and it's exciting to see it in this point. I can do a quick summary of the.
Yeah. So, as many of you know, Intervale Road, for a number of years, people expressed an interest in improving accessibility for biking and walking. And there's been a significant amount of planning studies funded by the CCRPC. This is the next stage of that process. We're actually going to construct something. And I'm excited to see that we actually have some funding to support that. This request, V-Trans has changed the process. Normally they present to us cooperative agreements. Then I come before the Finance Board and Council to seek your authorization to execute those cooperative agreements. The state now has what they call commitment letters that are in advance of the cooperative agreement. So this is a commitment letter requesting authorization for the director to execute that commitment letter, which really in some level binds us with and accepting the grant, but also paying the local match obligation. We will be coming back once we have a cooperative agreement and seek your authorization to execute that as well. But this is the first stage of beginning that process.
Yeah, just a question on if this is at least in the anticipation of expecting something, do you have more of a plan of what that is and what that would look like?
Yes, so what's the planning studies have indicated that a shared use path would be developed along that corridor to separate bikes and peds from the roadway itself.
And is that going to be within the current footprint of the street, or is it?
Yeah, so it'll be within the current right-of-way city property.
Which is not necessarily the same.
Right, it'll be within the limits of the right-of-way versus what's in a road bed.
Sorry, I just have questions about this. But the street will still be, I assume, then become a two-way marked street.
It'll remain service traffic two-way, but it'll have a separated shared use facility within the right-of-way. So I don't know if you're familiar with what a shared use path is, but it's effectively 10 feet out of the roadbed itself to accommodate both bikes and peds.
Sorry, I'm trying to think of how wide that, and how far down will that shared use path go before
It
it?
at least goes to the base of the hill to Intervale Center.
At which point it'll become just one road / bike path again.
Yes, I think so. But those details are kind of not completely firm with me, so I would not commit that's exactly the case. But I think the biggest thing is to be able to have access over these rail crossings and being out of the road where you have all that commercial traffic coming.
Right.
Tracy.
Go ahead, I've got one. Formulate it.
Well, I guess to follow on that question about the shared use path, what was the thinking of going with a shared use path versus like a sidewalk, like when you kind of get big reaches? Is this still consideration you couldn't do a sidewalk like on both sides or a bike lane on both sides and a sidewalk on one side?
Honestly, Max, I couldn't tell you how the history of the planning process.
Okay, and I guess the reason I ask is just because if the topography with the hill and shared use, that raises a little bit of concern. You know, if there's any sort of signage or calming, it'll take place because people tend to go pretty quick potential, so.
Details of all that will be worked out in the design, formalized design. So right now, we're just at a concept stage. So I suspect that we won't be making wholesale changes in terms of where that accommodation will be. I believe we'll probably stay on that, consistent with the planning study where it talks about shared use path. But there'll be certainly opportunities for people to provide comments in that design.
Sorry, yeah, and then my last question, just because if we're, I guess, still wondering what the design will be, I know that you may not know where this amount came from, but I guess it's like, what is the consideration if the project amount doesn't end up being 1.45 million? So I'm not sure what the design is.
Well, I personally don't know. the details
Oh,
of the
okay, I
design.
see, there may
There are
be a
staff within
design.
my team who've been working directly on it, who are very familiar with it and relied on the planning study that probably had detailed estimates based on the concept that was being pursued.
Okay.
So hopefully the estimates are in ballpark appropriate and have some conservative nature to them that are well within our limits of expense.
Then just to wrap that up, there is already like a design that's being, that staff have a rough sketch of, or that our planning would love to see it.
Yeah, I would imagine when we go back before the council with an actual proper agreement, we'll provide you that level of detail. We can do that.
Further discussion? Ready for a vote? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Great. Thank you.
So 4.09, budget amendment to regional programs budget, public safety transformation. Catherine, could you just?
Yeah, of
sure
course.
everyone understands what's going on here.
So the issue with this budget amendment is that Taisha and I are both new to the budgeting process. And frankly, we did not know that this was something that needed to be carried over and included in the resolution. And it wasn't. And as soon as we discovered that, we are now coming to you to essentially ask for this piece of paper that the auditors need. Yes, Councilor Paul.
Thanks. Because they're new. I'll make a motion to take the action recommended.
Thank you, Councilor Paul, second by Councilor Hightower. Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 4.10, now the stabilization plan for the Burlington Police Department. I think, not sure Chief here was focused on this to be presented here, so you may have to do the best for me to answer questions about it.
Thanks. I'm just wondering, given the fact that George Green is here for probably 5.01, should we 5.01 up and take 4.10 or
Sure, there's no objection, we'll make that agenda change on the fly here, so we're at 5.1, cultural transformation assessment and action plan, authorization to award consultant contract. How the board like to proceed with that here. Move on, would you like to make that?
If we could have a short summary.
Okay.
Okay, hi again. So this cultural transformation is part of what I think I'm here to do, is to bring the whole city along as far as making us a more inclusive place, a more racially just place. And so the last assessment I did was just focus on BIPOC. This assessment will be focused on the entire city, also have like speaking events, educational opportunities, a data assessment to let us know where we are, and also so that we can gather up a plan of where we want to go. One of the biggest focuses of this assessment is to bring together the African Black and the American Black. There's been a lot of tension between those two communities in this city, and I want to be a part of the solution of that.
Thank you. Comments, discussion, questions? Let's go.
So I'll make a motion to authorize the Director of Racial Equity, Inclusion and Belonging to execute a contract with Noble. I'm sorry, what was how do you pronounce the last name?
It's Noble Jewels.
Jules, I wanted to make sure, for $80,600 to, oh, 89, sorry, $6,000 to complete a cultural transformation assessment and action plan subject to review and approval by the city attorney's office.
Thank you both. And yeah, I would just say this this challenge, this tension between those communities is something I've talked about and I'm concerned about since you started, and I think this will give us some additional tools for engaging that work. And appreciate this coming forward. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And now we will go back to 4.1. This board think would be helpful here. Any other questions about the proposal or speak to it, give an overview of
Mayor, I understand that conversations have been continuing over the course of today. I'm just wondering where you are currently with things. Are you still in a place where you want to keep things the same, or are you feeling like you're receptive to some of the feedback around timing and amounts and things like that?
Yeah. Okay. So just to make sure we're on the same page. The proposal that Chief Murad and I have made essentially a 2-year stabilization plan that would have payments, 3 payments made over the course of 2 years, and would have essentially the first 2 payments taking place in the first year, and then third payment, which is the second half of the incentive being made to officers that are still with the department, essentially 2 years from now. Yes, we've gotten some feedback over the last couple of days. For a variety of reasons, maybe President Tracy would like to speak to. I'm understanding there being preference for focusing on the first year. And while I do think it is likely that we are still going to be seeking to encourage officers to extend it. A year from now, we're likely to still be facing some challenges with the level of staffing, and if where the consensus of the council is around a shorter plan combined with modestly additional incentive for that first year. I think that is something that after consulting with Chief Murad and some discussions with officers today, I think we would be fine with that. Especially if it's for, let me just say one second. I think in this moment, doing something together, doing something that has broad bipartisan consensus, that sends a message to officers that we value them, the work they do, and are concerned about what rapid loss of officers and what came back from that survey about the potential for significant additional departures. I think there'd be good value in doing something together. And that I think does represent accurately a broad sense of the community that while we have important debates that we're working through, important work to be done in police transformation, that does not mean we don't value and see the importance of retaining our current officers. So it's something we can do together. Welcome that. That's where this answers to place in something we can have broad support. President Tracy, and then like I said, Councilor Hightower, and then after.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I appreciate that flexibility and willingness to consider alterations to what you currently propose. I think there are a couple different fronts where I think why that would make sense. I think the first of which is that we have a whole host of other potential priorities in the community. We haven't gone through the broader analysis of what the community is looking for in terms of those ARPA dollars. And so just to expend a significant portion of that money without having done that other work, I think is challenging. And that's been some of the pushback that I've heard to this is, wait a second, we have all these other needs and we haven't committed to them. I don't think that people understand that this isn't the only chunk of money that we have, that there's still a lot of remaining dollars, but this is still significant. So I think it makes sense to reduce that. The other piece is in terms of just time frame. I think that we recognize we have bargaining coming up in the next year, and that providing a bridge to bargaining, I think makes sense, but well beyond that, I think could take something off the table in terms of just in terms of leverage. I know that we're looking at the CNA report. We're going to need to ask for a lot of changes to that contract, and so to take a significant economic lever off the table preemptively or before we even engage in bargaining, I just don't think that makes a ton of sense from a negotiating standpoint in terms of all the necessary changes. And then the other piece is also that I think that we are that this would be substantially above the other metrics that were provided by other communities in terms of that compensation. So I think we could reduce it and still be relatively competitive with other areas. But I do support doing some sort of retention and recruitment plan. I think we established a cap, and I think we should try and recruit to that cap. If you want to change that, then we'll recruit to that cap. But I think that this is where we are now. So I do support us taking some sort of action. I think that the debate really is about what is appropriate in the short term, in my view.
Councilor Hightower.
Agree with what both of you just said. Would love to do this kind of, with more consensus than a majority. Agree with all the points Councilor Tracy just made. And I just had a question, which was specifically around the first payment, which I know we've been talking a lot about the third one, and just the timing of that and what the logic was of having it be in November as opposed to something just a little bit further out, like January.
So the logic was, I think that's just that it's clearly, I think we can all acknowledge, been a challenging couple of years for the police department, people that are still with us now, having some immediate recognition of support and acknowledgement of this challenging period. It seemed important to do some kind of meaningful incentive soon. There's particular magic to November, but that was the logic. And then, however, recognizing that we clearly are concerned about the 2-year period ahead and how further large departures, the pressure that's gonna put, concerns that's gonna create. Want to overly front the initial payment. So that's not sure how we got, I think that's how we got there.
So just to follow up on that, it seems an odd, if it is supposed to be a thank you for still being here and doing it now, which maybe sounds like what you're saying, I feel like then maybe that timeline makes sense. If it's supposed to be, we want to retain you until this date, because that would be helpful for us in terms of the date, then that feels kind of early. So I feel like it would be, I guess, helpful to be clear on which one of those objectives, because right now I'm not sure that it's meeting either. We're trying to split the difference maybe.
Thanks. So I agree with the sentiments of President Tracy and Councilor Hightower. I think that there is a genuine opportunity, significant opportunity for us to come together on this issue. It's only Monday. Monday should be 35 hours and not 24, at least during the day, so that we all have a little bit more time. Despite our best efforts, did not necessarily been able to close a few of the conversations that we've had. Not surprisingly, I agree with a lot of what President Tracy said. That doesn't surprise me since we had a conversation about it a few hours ago. But I think we just need a little bit more time. I mean, in view of the fact that Chief Mira is not here, and we have received the communication, and I'm sure we've all read it, and it's going to be on the agenda for council meeting. Would it be possible to just simply, not vote on this evening? Just move on to item 4.11, and with the understanding that obviously we're going to be discussing this upstairs in an hour or two.
Yes, I'm hoping that the council will take action this evening, but I'm comfortable. This is certainly something I do expect there's going to be greater discussion. So I'm comfortable with the board of finance on this. That's the personal work. So I will make sure Chief Mira is aware of the discussion we just had prior to when he's this item coming up, and maybe be able to speak further to the timing questions on the first. Go from there. Seem reasonable. Okay, now I'm going to close item 4.10, and all we have left, and it's good that we, I believe we warned the executive session at 6:15.
Yes.
Tracy. So we have 25 minutes, which is a good amount of time for 4.11, which is the general obligation bond for capital projects. We talked about this 2 weeks ago. I appreciate the feedback and the questions that came up there. We've tried to use the 2 weeks since then as well, and I think have both added some language to the resolution and answer a lot of questions from councilors in the last couple of weeks. And, done some important additional internal work on this, and so hopefully it's now ready for your action. How would Martha Keenan is here. I'm sorry, Martha, did you want to update anybody on anything that we've been talking on the last couple of weeks before we turn it over to the board?
I believe we answered most of the questions that came forward, and so that's my hope.
Okay. Great. I guess I'll make two important points that I don't think I've made up until now, or maybe haven't made strongly enough, and then we'll put your questions. One is that you will see in all the materials for tonight more clearly marked than last time. I think important acknowledgement of the way the process works. We are doing our best in this moment to project how we would spend the 40 million if the voters authorize it over the next 3 years. There are a lot of assumptions behind those projections, and the world never unfolds exactly as we expect it to right now. And so, as a matter, the way in which the final allocations of these dollars to projects gets made is through the annual city council budget process. And I just thought it was important to make sure that was clear. Second point I wanted to make, or best to speak to, and that I don't think really, I want to make this point now. I'll make it later on tonight as well. That I don't think it's well articulated in the materials at this point. This is the second time since I've been in this role that we've come with a major general obligation bond for infrastructure. It is, from my perspective, it should be the last time that we, as a city, at least for the foreseeable future, need to do this. And here's why. We, as you will see in the projections, and we can walk through this if this would be helpful, we are proposing that we bond up to essentially what our debt limits are, capacity limits are within in our policy that we approved in 2018. And we would do that by 2025. In the years that follow on there, you can see that there are two sort of powerful forces that act, that accrue, that each year, I'm not sure if accrue is actually the accounting term should be used here, but they almost, I'm not sure compounding is way either, but they take place each subsequent year, which is we are retiring significant amounts of debt. We get to the point where we're retiring often in the $5 to $7 million a year of debt, and we expect, and there's lots of data behind this, that the grant list, the tax base will continue to grow modestly as well in the subsequent years. And between those two forces, we, in a pretty quick period of time, go from being at our debt capacity to having space again. My vision of the future, which is not supposed to be voted on tonight, but I think would be the way to continue this work beyond this bond, is that in the future, after this bond is expended over the next 3 years, that we then we first of all should have done a significant amount of deferred maintenance work over a decade and be in a much better place than we were back in 2016 when we really started this. And secondly, I would recommend that at that point, we increase the annual investment that we are making in infrastructure from the $2 million a year cap that we have currently to something 2 or even 3 times that, $6-7 million a year. If we do that, the projections show we can stay within our debt limits. We can avoid another one of these big, impactful bonds that has big impact on taxes over a short period of time. And we can keep up with the proper maintenance of our assets. So that's the vision. Obviously, I thought some counselors or other members of the public have felt it helpful to lay out that vision. So I thought it was worth taking a little time on that to get things out there. With that, I'll stop talking. The floor is open. Councilor Hightower.
Yeah, thanks, and that was helpful. I think one of the questions that I have is one that I guess I've heard a lot from constituents in the past few days, which is specifically around the 10 million for memorial, which it seems like wasn't part of the NPA presentation. So I think folks were first of all just surprised to see it, and then 2, it's of course the largest line item, and then also at the same time as the conversation about the school, and if we designate 10 million to the memorial, and that ends up not being a school location, how does that interplay with that? So
Yeah, great. So, yes, this has been, we've been working on this proposal hard for many months, and it's been certainly intensified since July and August, leading up to tonight's vote. And some of the initial presentations were for a $30 million bond that did not really contemplate the Memorial Auditorium. At the same time, we know that Memorial Auditorium is in rough shape, and we are really reaching the point where something needs to happen there. And engineers and professionals have been saying we need to do something for many decades. We're really getting to the point now where the building has been closed for several years, and there's grave concern amongst the team that if we don't take action beyond the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we have put into it in recent years, that we could really see the structure lose its integrity. We could have it. So could have something really terrible happen there. So we're going to need to do something more. We don't know exactly what that is, and we're trying to be very transparent and clear about that. I see three major possibilities. One would be if the high school does choose the Gateway site, this bond would give us the resources to be a good partner for a dual use facility. Second, if that does not materialize, I think we're going to want to quickly, we are going to want within the next year, probably within the next 6 to 9 months, be having a conversation, administration, the council about do we want to essentially stabilize the building and get it open again. And that is going to require somewhere in the $6 to $10 million range, likely to do that. That would not be the full-on adaptive reuse, expansion of the footprint, kind of ambitious plan that has been talked about in the last couple of years. It would be something that replaces that gives it sprinklers, and that gives it a modern fire alarm system, and that has an elevator, so it's meeting ADA code properly, and is a building we can use again. It is not a building that goes through all the kind of exciting innovations that have been talked about in various plans. A third possibility is the council could decide that we don't want to put that kind of money into this building with the needs of the high school also out there, with the other needs in the community. This bond vote would not decide that. It would give us the ability to go in any of those three directions, and it quite explicitly says in the resolution, no money would be spent without further council action. I think having that ability for us to make decisions and move in the next year is important if the voters are comfortable with that delegating that level of authority to the elected leaders on how to make the final decisions. Perhaps it's possible they won't be. Often we don't go to voters without more specific clarity than that. I am concerned about waiting to get further. If we continue to wait, I'm worried we're going to be in a tough spot, and we're going to see something, and we're going to see that building deteriorate. So this gives us flexibility.
And then just the last question, I apologize, this is mostly for me. So if we do decide that we don't want to use all 40, we want to use 30, we could reallocate 10 to the school without any additional going back to the public with a question.
Yeah, great point, Councilor Hightower. This is the vote, the request would be from the voters to give us the authority to borrow up to $40 million. None of that borrowing or bonding actually takes place without further action from the council, and we certainly, and it's expected to happen over 3 years. The projections we have in the model being, I think, 10, 20, 10. If we get a year into this and discover that we really this would be very challenging, but say we decide that the needs in high school are so great that we just need to, all of our remaining bonding capacity needs to be reserved for the high school. We could make that decision together and not draw down further and take some kind of formal action. I think would be necessary at that point to make it clear we're not going to draw it down so that we don't. I think that's the way our debt policy. You want to make it clear we're doing that. We would not draw down the money and give it to the school district. That's not the way it would work. It would be us not borrowing the money, not taking down the debt, and allowing them to have a greater share of debt capacity.
Right.
All that said, I do want to be clear that one upside of the really quite substantial growth in the tax base that this reappraisal has documented is that there is more borrowing. What we're borrowing here is, we're proposing borrowing here is basically what for years we've been saying we needed to borrow about $40 million by the end of 2025. That's when we created the policy in 2018. That was the assumption then. What has changed since then is the growth of the tax base means that the district could go higher. I don't want to put a number on it here because it's not our place, I think, to announce what the cost of living school could be, but there's considerable, if you look at those numbers, you will see there's considerable additional capacity within the debt policy for the high school for the school district to go above the 70 million that was that we already have approval for. So,
And then apologize for taking up all the question time, but one more, which I think first a question that former Councilor Fisher asked. Just, I guess, are you like, if this were to not pass in November, are you worried about that? I'm sure you have thought about, so you just start to see the like timing thoughts that you had in terms of some of the other costs that have been coming down the pipeline.
what happens if we don't have the special election fails?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I do want to say together, since Max and I, President Tracy and I were elected 9+ years ago together, every bond issue we brought forward, which has been many now, they have all passed. So I don't want to, I think, and I don't take that for granted anyway. I think that the public has trusted and supported the need for investment in infrastructure. And you've seen evidence of that continuing as recently as the budget survey this spring. So I am hopeful that it will succeed. If it fails, there will be some consequence of that. I think it will mean that the 2022 construction season is not as active as we've gotten used to seeing since 2016. We won't replace as much sidewalk. We will have an active road season still because we didn't. You may be aware, like the bidding this year came in so high that we ended up not doing as much road work this year. We have spent much less than we had resources for, and we're rolling that over. So there will still be significant road work done, but the other priorities, the investments in the buildings, would wait. I don't think we would come back in March. I should be careful. I mean, I guess we have to I would be very concerned. I do expect the high school is going to be in front of the community in March, and I think it'd be challenging to have competing bond. I think it would be felt as competing bond issues. So I don't know exactly. I think there will probably be some delay before we certainly wouldn't give up. I think we would come back with an amended plan. But when that would be, I haven't decided exactly. I guess we haven't had a ton of discussion. President Tracy.
So given the bonding experience that you just mentioned this year and the sort of greatly fluctuating costs, how did you model out the costs for our infrastructure needs going forward, recognizing that we may be entering sort of a very challenging period, I guess, with infrastructure and with construction?
Let me just take a shot and see if I'm answering your question. Maybe we gotta go to the experts for more, but we basically have tried to, our guideposts for sidewalk investment for years has been basically 3 miles. We wanted to do 3 is triple the historic amount, and if you were able to do 40 years of 3 miles of sidewalk, you would basically have a system that was sustainable. For the roadway, our goal has been to do, I believe, 5 miles a year. It's basically been double the historic average. And I think the assumptions all are that we continue that for the next 3 years, those two metrics with some assumption about cost increases from 1 year to the next. Not assuming the incredible volatility of this year, assuming that we get back to some reasonable kind of inflation seen in the past around this construction. Is that, are there other asset areas you wanted us to speak to as well?
No, that makes sense. I understand. Thank you.
Are there further questions or comments? Are you ready for a motion? Councilor Paul.
I'll make a motion. I'll speak to this at the council meeting, so I'll
Oh,
save,
sorry.
I'll save, oh, I'm sorry, I'll
Sorry.
save you all listening to it twice.
Sorry, Councilor Paul.
Yeah, sure.
Councilor Hanson is with us, and I know has been, as the head of the two committee, has worked hard on this, and I'm sorry I didn't recognize you previously, Councilor Hanson.
No, that's okay. I just put my hand up. Thanks, Mayor. So we've been having this conversation, but I just wanted to have it publicly too, which is just trying to provide clarity for everyone involved about the memorial piece and the flexibility around it. So the $10 million that is listed for memorial, does that have the same level of flexibility as all the other items on this list, or is it uniquely inflexible?
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. My read, and we have the city attorney here as well, if you want to weigh in on this, but I'm pretty confident with the analysis that the bonding language is very flexible and really does, as I sort of open with, delegate the ultimate decisions around exactly where we land in each of these different asset categories to future council actions. I think we will be mindful of what I'm certain we'll be mindful of these projections and what we've said to the public, and we will only deviate from them for good reason, but there will be good reasons. There will be changes, and the bonding language allows us to deviate from that. I do think the resolution, as it's currently worded, is explicit that $10 million is being reserved for Memorial Auditorium. It's clear that none of that money gets spent without further council action, acknowledging the uncertainty that we're in right now of exactly what we're going to do. So the administration will have no ability, to act without the council, approving how we proceed with that project. I think the language does suggest that is the only thing that $10 million can be used for, and your questions have really kind of brought focus on that. So that is what the way the language of the resolution currently is.
So, but the resolution wouldn't, just by nature of being a council resolution, it wouldn't bind a future council. Is that where because I'm trying to figure, it seemed like your answer was kind of both. You answered both ways to my question. So does the resolution just kind of bind the current council, whereas the voter language actually is permanently legally binding?
So the best way to explain a bonding issue like this at this stage is really nobody is bound for any reason whatsoever, which is and that's, think of it this way, what you're taking before the voters is really a question of may we borrow money? Because you as citizens of the city ultimately, bear the responsibility of paying it back. But may we borrow this money? And the citizens, the voters will either say yes or no. And if they say yes, you have permission to borrow. And in a case like this, you've included some specific and some general language. And so you're bound by those pieces of language. But you're not bound to borrow. And I've seen it with municipalities where a municipality says, we want to build an indoor pool rec center. And everybody's very excited about it, except something unexpected happens. Somebody builds a private pool, or COVID hits, and the city board or body says, or even it's simple as there's a changeover in the board, and the board is no longer as excited about borrowing it, so they don't borrow. They're not bound to have to borrow the money. You will be bound by the terms under which you're borrowing. So for example, when we talk about the $10 million for the Memorial Auditorium, if you decide, there is some language that allows some flexibility in how that's to be used. But in general, it's tied to the specific idea or project, whereas some of the other projects are a bit more generally stated, giving future councils the flexibility as those plans evolve. I mean, there's a general tying into some of the language of the resolution that I would say does create a binding effect, but it's aimed to give you and future councils the flexibility to, as plans evolve. We don't know, for example, how ARPA funds will be used or spent. That may affect how much money needs to come into certain projects. Certain projects' cost may go up or down, or their scope or size may change. And those are decisions that future councils get to make, regardless. Once this resolution would pass, the citizens vote, it would just simply become authority for you to take that action as you or future council saw fit.
Okay, well, we'll probably have to carry this into full council, but I guess just where I'm at is I'm very supportive overall of, going to the voters for infrastructure needs. I like that the 30 million, to my understanding, can be used flexibly among all of these needs. If the last 10 million can also be used flexibly among all those needs, I think that's great. If that last 10 million can only be used for Memorial, I find that a little bit problematic, but I'll save my thoughts for full council.
Councilor Hightower.
I think this might be, I will re-ask this question, I guess, in full council, but I want to give you a heads up so you can answer. But I wonder if you considered and/or would be willing to have two separate questions on the ballot. I know that that's probably not ideal, but one for the 30 million general and one for the $10 million Memorial Auditorium. And you do not need to answer that now, I will ask you.
Any further discussion or thoughts about how you want to proceed? Councilor Barlow, do you want to help us with I think we need to adjourn shortly here, but given that I think it's fair to say the administration wrote the Memorial Auditorium language, but it was in response to some concerns and questions that you had. So you want to speak to that anyway while we're just trying to ask through this tonight?
Be glad to. My perspective on all of this is that the most important and probably the most significant spending we'll have ahead of us is the Burlington High School project. And until we know that, I would like to have language. I mean, I'm not, and I shared this with the mayor prior to this meeting, I'm not comfortable with this right now. And the reason is because we don't know where we're going to build Burlington High School. We don't know how much it's going to cost. We don't know how we're going to pay for it. And until we know those things, it's hard to prioritize this other spending. And I appreciate the provisions that were put into this resolution to sort of put some guardrails around some of the spending, and specifically around Memorial. My view is if we don't use it for Memorial, we shouldn't spend it at all. And I like the idea of having have further council approval for whatever the memorial plan was. But I also would take that a step further on the other 30 million, and I would say, if we can find specific funding sources for those items, we don't spend that money either, because we're gonna need a lot of debt capacity for the high school. And I honestly am troubled by the amount we're asking taxpayers right now to absorb on top of the reappraisal tax hikes that many residents saw. So trying to sort of, thread the needle through paying for infrastructure needs, including the high school, and maintaining some level of affordability for Burlington taxpayers is sort of my goal in all of this. If that's helpful.
So how would the board like to proceed? I sense there's general support for the direction here, but I also some questions about the memorial auditorium. So I would welcome if there's an endorsement of resolution as it is. I don't think we want to get into amendments here. I really think amendments might be possible upstairs. I guess I'm hopeful that the 4 members of the Board of Finance are here are directionally supportive, and some kind of vote would be helpful for the full council to see, but I also understand there's sort of an issue in nothing to do here. So how would the board like to proceed? I think we're out of time too, so we either vote for, to recommend, or we should just not have a recommendation, I think. Presentation.
I'd like to vote to recommend.
Awesome, thank you, Rick. Is there a second for that? Thank you, John. So, are we ready to go straight to a vote? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. And we'll continue this conversation upstairs. And without objection, Board of Finance is adjourned. Board of Finance is adjourned. 6:19. I can hand it over to President Tracy to start the city council meeting here.
Yep, so let me just move over a little bit out. So you can have all of it. Are here from one end, come up a little bit so that we can make sure that we're going to go off of this in a second here, but once we get into executive session, and then we'll just and we'll recess and head upstairs after executive session. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call to order the Burlington City Council meeting at 6:20 p.m. Do our agenda, we'll do the pledge. So, flag. To our next item, which is the agenda itself. One thing, there was one other item to the agenda that I just wanted to call out specifically, so we'll get to that in a second. The first motion, however, is just to the agenda, the broader agenda itself. So I'm going to go to Councillor Stromberg for a motion on 1.01, which is the adoption of the agenda.
Thanks, President Tracy. I move to adopt the agenda as follows. Note revised version of consent agenda item 6.09, communication, Doreen Kraft, BCA Director, Karen Durfee, Director of Human Resources, Tom Berry, Human Resources Manager, regarding reclassification of one BCA position per Sarah Katz per Councillor Paul. Add to the consent agenda item 6.22, communication, Michael A. Casella, Market Area Manager, Casella Waste Systems, Inc., with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication and place it on file. Add to the consent agenda item 6.23, communication, Burlington Area Waste and Recycling Haulers, regarding consolidated collection. update and next steps with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place on file. Add to the consent agenda item 6.24, communication Ashley Bond, Chair Burlington Fire Commission, regarding capital bond support with the motion to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place on file. Add to the consent agenda item 6.25, communication Brad Minor regarding municipal trash service with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place on file. Add to the consent agenda item 6.26, communication Arlene M. Lundquist regarding delay on BDS movement with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place on file. Add to the consent agenda item 6.27, communication Keenan Christensen, member DRB, regarding resignation with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place it on file. Add to the consent agenda item 6.28, communication Melissa B. Lafayette, regarding protect local waste collectors with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place on file. Add to the consent agenda item 6.29, communication Solveig Overby regarding statement in support of municipally operated consolidated collection system with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place it on file. Add to the consent agenda item 6.30, communication William Black regarding Church Street with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place it on file. Add to the consent agenda item 6.31, communication Emma Corey regarding BPD incentive proposal with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place it on file. Note Tuke as the correct sponsor for agenda item 7.03, resolution advancing a municipally operated consolidated collection system for trash, recycling, and organics per Councillor Hanson. Note Tuke as the correct sponsor for agenda item 7.04, resolution December 7th, 2021, special meeting issuance of general obligation bonds for the capital projects per Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Councillor Stromberg, for that very long motion. We have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Hightower. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Brings us to item 1.02, which is a motion to further amend the agenda to add to the consent agenda an item regarding the establishment of a date for the special election for Burlington Electric City Departments. This was an item that was needed to add in order to establish the date. This is something that we brought forward at our last meeting, and it said that we were going to do this. It just did not get on the consent agenda, but we do want to establish that date. So, Councillor Stromberg, are you able to offer a motion on this item?
I would just like a little guidance as to what number that item would be, because I'm a little.
1.02.
1.02, okay. So I would move to amend the agenda to, sorry, go ahead.
Just on the consent agenda, so you just read the motion under 1.02.
Okay. Sorry, 1 second. So just add 1.02?
No, so just if you click on 1.02 and then make the motion for just that's under the recommended action in board docs.
Oh, interesting. Mine is not reflecting 1.02.
Okay, Councillor Hightower.
To amend the agenda to add to the consent agenda item 6.32, resolution December 7th, 2021, special city council meeting issuance of revenue bonds for Burlington Electric Department projects.
Do we have a motion on that? Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Paul. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously, and that item will be attached to our consent agenda, which we will then adopt later in our meeting after public forum. Brings us into item number 2, which is the reason why we are down here for right now, which is the executive session with Director Pine regarding the extension of the UVM housing agreement. Before we go into executive session, I'll have Director Pine, maybe you can join us, and I see we also have City Planner Tuttle with us. So I just wanted to see if there's anything you wanted to share in open session before we go into executive and make the motions. Maybe you can cover these.
Thank you. As far as information to provide in the public session tonight, for the record, I'm Brian Pine, CETO Director. I would just share that we are here to discuss with you some preliminary conversations between the city and the university regarding increased student housing, and as a result, felt it was appropriate to bring the council up to speed. But preliminary is information that is confidential in nature.
Okay, and are you expecting any action to come out of this executive session?
Here, no.
Okay. All right, great. Now that we've had that briefing, may I please have the first part of the motion regarding the finding on executive session? That's all right, Darby.
Do I just say that I find that premature general public knowledge of this item would prove the city council at a substantial disadvantage in contracting pursuant to 1 USA 131A and 1F.
And to receive the lead license. So we have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor McKee. Any discussion? Okay, here none. All those in favor of the finding, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries. Based on that finding, Councilor right there.
I'd like to move that we enter executive session.
We have a motion to enter into executive session. Who will be included in that motion?
City councilors,
Okay, great. Awesome. Okay, is there a second to that motion? By Councilor Hall. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll now go into executive session, and so we will ask that town meeting TV just drop off.
Recording.
if you'd like to just please join us here. We are just going to hear a little bit about a community survey that UVM is doing regarding community health. So if you want to just join us here and just explain a little bit about the survey, we'll go ahead and get into that. Thank you so much for coming tonight.
Thank you, Council President Tracy. Thank you, members.
If you could just speak right into the mics, and we're going to ask folks to do that this evening. One of the things this evening is that we are the concern is really not around as much surface transmission as it is sort of the droplets. So keeping your mask on is helpful, but it is difficult sometimes to hear you with the mics. So just getting a little bit closer, or at least trying to project with the mics is helpful, just so that not only the folks in the room can hear, but also the folks who are tuning in virtually can hear as well. And that goes for public forum. We'll get to public forum right after this. So if you are interested in signing up for public forum, the sign-up sheets are over in the corner there. And folks will have 2 minutes for public forum, so we'll get into that in just a moment. Go right ahead. Thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Council President Tracy. Thank you, members of the council, for giving me this opportunity to briefly share about our community health needs assessment process for Chittenden and Grand Isle counties, which is currently underway in partnership with over 25 local organizations. My name is Molly Lawrence, and I work for the University of Vermont Medical Center in our Community Health Improvement Department. And as a not-for-profit hospital, we're required every 3 years to conduct a community health needs assessment to examine the top needs and strengths to build upon as a community. As part of the current assessment process, I would love to invite anyone who lives in Chittenden and Grand Isle counties who's age 16 and older to please participate in our brief community survey and share your top priorities for what can strengthen the health and well-being of your community. We would love to hear from as many voices as we can. I shared a poster that was attached with today's meeting materials, which has a QR code on it, which you could access the survey there. The survey has been intentionally designed through a lens of equity and inclusivity, and I'm very pleased that for the first time we've made this community survey available in 10 written languages and ASL, and information is at the top of the survey on how to take the survey with an interpreter. You can take the survey through October 15th, and it is anonymous, and you will not be asked to provide any personally identifiable information, and all survey takers can enter to win one of 4 $50 Visa gift cards. Results of this survey are going to inform a 3-year community health improvement plan that prioritizes health needs to address and collaboratively invests in solutions with our community partners. So, for example, we have a community health investment fund which invests more than $850,000 annually in community-based initiatives addressing these top identified needs. So I would really invite anyone who lives in Chittenden and Grand Isle counties, age 16 and older, to please take about 10 minutes to participate in the survey, share what can strengthen the health of your community. And if you have any questions, please email me. It's molly.lawrence@uvmhealth.org. And thank you so much for your time and your support as we strengthen the health of the community.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Molly. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate the time.
Any questions or comments, brief comments from counselors? Okay, seeing none, we will continue on with our agenda. We're a little bit early for public forum, so I'm going to go through our deliberative agenda and deliberative items before that will come to public forum at 7:30. But I do want to just continue on with a couple other items, starting with committee reports. Are there any committee chairs wishing to offer a report this evening? Councilor Paul.
Oops. So the public safety, thank you, President Tracy. The Public Safety Committee is going to be meeting on Thursday, September 30th at 5:30 downstairs in the Busher Conference Room. We have only one item on our agenda, and that is in view of the CNA report. We are simply going to be going back and making sure that we have done and have made as complete a resolution as we can on police oversight. So that is Thursday, September 30th. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Paul. Councilor Hightower.
And just to follow up on that, for the Joint Committee of Public Safety and the Police Commissioners, we do expect the CNA report to come out on Friday this week.
Thank you for that. Any further committee chairs? Councilor Hanson.
Great, thanks, President Tracy. The Transportation, Energy, and Utilities Committee is going to meet tomorrow, Tuesday, the 28th at 4:30 p.m., a little bit earlier of a start than normal. And we meet down at the DPW building, Department of Public Works building, 645 Pine Street. We're going to be looking at district energy, Lakeside Avenue intermodal facility planning, Main Street, Great Streets overview, and 195, 201 Flynn Avenue. So those are some of the items on the agenda, and please feel free to come and make your voice heard. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other councilors wishing? Councilor Carpenter.
I just want to report that after
Can you just use your mic?
after a hiatus and not having an HR director, which we now have and we're very pleased about, the HR committee is now trying to meet regularly. We have a couple grievances we have to deal with, but I just wanted to let you know after the discussion we had on the aviation director that we have talked to the HR director about putting on her work plan, really beefing up and examining evaluation for executive staff and department heads.
Thank you. Any other committee chairs? Okay, anyone with City Council General Affairs? Okay, seeing none. Councilor Paul, go ahead.
Thanks. I actually should have mentioned this before, but it's not a committee that I chair, but just wanted to let the council know and let the community know that about a month and a half ago, we passed a resolution on redistricting, and that asked for the formation of an ad hoc committee on redistricting, and I'm happy to say that the committee is moving along exactly on schedule. They're having their first organizational meeting on Wednesday from 6 to 8 p.m. There's an agenda. I don't know if it's been posted on the city calendar, but hopefully it will be soon. Each of the wards did get a representative. So there are 8 representatives on this ad hoc committee. A couple of them went and got an alternate, just a couple of them. But it's moving along really right on schedule. So they'll have 2 meetings and probably another meeting where they will develop the report that they will then come back to us with in late October. So we will have that for probably our first meeting in November. So just wanted to mention that. I apologize. I should have mentioned that earlier.
Thank you. Anyone else with City Council General Affairs? Okay, next is City Council President updates. The one update that I did want to share is regarding hybrid meetings and specifically the hybrid offering a public forum. We're still in the process of installing the technology. We have one remaining issue to figure out, which is the installation of a second set of cameras that will allow us to more readily switch between in-person commenters and folks who are connecting remotely. We should be able to, by our next meeting, which is on October 18th, have that as an option. And so folks will be able to comment in either way. Apologize for it taking a while to figure that all out. There is a number of different considerations that we have had to work through in order to make it happen. But it looks like we're on the cusp of being able to do that. So just wanted to alert folks to that. And that was the only update that I had for this evening. Mayor, did you want to, I'll transition to Mayor Weinberger's General Affairs update.
President Tracy, we're going to have a lot of updates over the course of tonight's meeting. We're talking about a number of major initiatives from the administration's been working on. So I think I'll save my comments for later.
Okay. All right. Well, we are just about at public forum. So I will go to that. We've got plenty of commenters for this evening. We'll have 2 minutes per commenter. Again, if you are interested in commenting, the sheets are available in the corner over here. You can just hand them over to the city clerk, and then I'll get them that way. I'll read them in the order that they're received. Again, please focus on issues and refrain from personal attacks in your comments. And the other piece is also, as I said before, with a concern around sort of droplet transmission, just keeping your mask on. That's the guidance that we've received in terms of the commenting period. So again, just make sure you're speaking into the mic. I think the one on this side works better than that one, just in terms of projecting. So, and I'll call the first person, the person who's speaking as well as the one to follow. And again, just please respect the time limits that are given. I'll let you finish your sentence, but please don't go too far over, as we do have quite a few folks who are interested in speaking this evening. With that, our first speaker will be Jean Bergman, to be followed by Winifred McCarthy Don.
Let's see if can you hear me? I couldn't hear anybody when the mask was on, by the way, back there. Can I take my mask off, please?
Sure.
I mean, it is, I think, less than 2 minutes.
Make sure you also use the mic. That's the other piece of this.
Yes?
Yeah,
that works?
Yeah.
Okay. Burlingtonians believe in democracy and equity. We want a say in how our public services are delivered. We believe in acting now for our kids who are inheriting a lot of messes. This is why a municipal collection system is needed. We support paying people fairly and making sure all of us are economically secure. We support unions and the decent wages and benefits, including pensions, which are a part of union contracts. This is why a municipal system is needed. We are practical and frugal, and this includes investing in infrastructure needed for a democratic and equitable city. Investing in a municipal system is such an investment. We can invest in a municipal system and account for our debt ceiling and other infrastructure needs. This means taking time, building a program that encourages reuse, and understanding that this is a revenue-generating program that can pay off the initial bonds and pay for itself with the fees generated, just like the water department. It also means questioning locking up $10 million in debt capacity for Memorial, when we don't even know what we're going to be doing with it. $10 million is $4 million over the estimated cost of a municipal system. Now, there are legitimate questions on the details of a consolidated system. This resolution puts us on a path that is consistent with our values, our commitment to democratic control over public services, equity and worker empowerment, fighting climate change, and smart investments in our future. We have the time to walk this path responsibly, building a future we can be proud of. The waterfront, boathouse, BED, the water system, airport, and Church Street, all jewels of this Queen City were created by visionary leaders who embrace these values, and we are richer for it. My last sentence is, you have a chance to join those leaders if you embrace the municipal system. Please do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Winifred McCarthy Don. And then our next speaker to follow that is Pat Brown. I believe I read that correctly. Okay.
I start my clock. Okay. The Progressive Platform is to support local ownership, locally owned energy, economic justice. Local businesses are a cornerstone. I'm quoting from the Vermont Progressive Party preamble. Cornerstone of our Vermont communities, we believe in a strong local economy and local investments, taxes for the wealthiest Vermonters to pay a higher percentage. So parentheses here for me, if you remove 5 private companies from service, you diminish your large tax base. D, for the Progressive preamble, protect citizens from unconstitutional government intrusion. How many employees will be out of work and how many to replace if you remove the private waste company disposal companies? Higher taxes for new facilities the waste haulers right now take the waste to a Williston transfer station, which then takes it to the Northeast Kingdom. If we have waste sites in the city, where will they be? A proposal was for Flynn Avenue, a few blocks from where I live. The nation pattern is to put waste disposal and dumps in poor areas. We have lead water in Flint, Michigan. We have rats in public housing. Public roles do not guarantee public good. Renters, students may not see property tax rise, but water, electricity, consumer taxes, parking, other city fees will all go up for a $5 million plus waste facility cost estimated to build. Waste disposal sites formerly known as garbage dumps on proposal for Flynn Avenue. I mentioned that. Oh, shoot.
Thank you.
This is an area of low income.
So if you could please just wrap up.
Dumps.
If you could please wrap up.
Okay. A lot of private companies have been the cornerstone for the green revolution in the state of
Again, your time
Vermont.
is up.
That's it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Pat Brown, to be followed by Cassie Gardner. I have Pat Brown to be followed by Cassie Gardner. I'm sorry, I must have read it wrong. I apologize for that.
Joanne Brown, I come from St. Albans, Vermont. Like many people in the area.
You could speak into the mic.
Like many people in the area, have occasion to use the airport a good deal. And we were a little bit, it was a little unsettling to hear about the recent termination by the council of the director, Gene Richard. He appeared to be rather summarily dismissed. We're looking for a little comment from the council with regard to some of the areas where his performance was remiss, allegedly remiss. I understand from WCAX indicates that the acting chief is expected to speak later tonight. And I just wonder if maybe there were problems at the airport with the police presence there, that of law enforcement, because fairly recently their office has been moved from the second floor to the first floor, and they may not be as happy with their accommodation as they were before. Also, it's my understanding that the chief expects to address new hires. He's looking for more cops on the beat. I'm looking to know if perhaps there was a budgetary concern related to his termination. Are you looking for funds? It's my understanding, my further understanding, that the chief is the acting chief in this area. And do you plan to hire a permanent position?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
For money.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. So this is not we don't go back and forth in public forum with public. We just hear from commenters. So our next speaker will be Cassie Gardner, to be followed by Kurt Schecker, or I'm sorry, I can't read it. Schuler. Okay. Cassie Gardner.
Hi, I'm Cassie Gardner. Can you hear me? Okay, great. So I haven't been here for a meeting since I was very young. I think my last meeting, the only person I can remember was you, Chip. I was trying to maybe increase the number of chickens that you might be able to have back in the day, which I think we ended up with 3. And that was a long time ago. Today, I didn't know I was speaking, but I did have a couple of questions, and I don't know if I'm allowed to ask them. But one is, I don't understand redistricting, and I was hoping that at some point someone could try to explain why we're doing that, if anyone wants to. And the second issue I thought that I just would love to bring up is that there seems to be a bit of a crime increase in my neighborhood and all over the city, and a lot of us were hoping we could just hire a few more policemen and women, if that's a possibility. And those are the only 2 points I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kurt Schuler, okay, passing. Our next speaker then will be Jada Bearden, to be followed by Sylvia Knight.
Hi there, it's good to see y'all. So I don't want to stay before you long. I just want to share a story. September is Suicide Awareness Month, and because I work with children and I am an activist in the community, I find it necessary and imperative to speak out and just make everyone aware about this month, and not just this month, but year-round awareness. So in April of this year, I tried to attempt suicide in my in the second room of the house or the apartment I was staying in at the time, and I would have not been here had it not been for my partner at the time. So I share that because y'all see me rah and here on the Mondays, and I just wanted to share that because darkness passes everyone, and I know we get so caught up in politics and who's voting for what or what positions we stand on, but at the end of the day, we're all human. So mental health and suicide prevention and awareness is really important, and I just really want y'all to give a damn about your constituents and the people of Burlington, because if y'all are aware, mental health in the city of Burlington it's a hot mess, respectfully. But yeah, so that's it. Thank y'all for letting me share, and I'm really thankful for that person who saved my life. But yeah, check on your people. That's all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sylvia Knight, to be followed by Grace File.
Good evening. My name is Sylvia Knight. I live with my husband, Bob Wright, in Burlington, Vermont, Ward 7. I'm speaking about item 614 on the consent agenda, a letter from the Reverend Stannard Baker and the Social Justice Committee of St. Paul's Cathedral in Burlington. The letter concerns the attempts by new African Americans to achieve justice following civil rights violations. We appeal to you as persons of conscience. We want to support the Melly brothers and Mr. Jock in seeking a just, compassionate, and culturally responsible resolution to claims brought against this city by Jeremy, Albin, and Shirley Melly and Mabior Jock, arising from injuries caused by Burlington police using excessive force 2 and 3 years ago. The city's unfortunate failure to reach an equitable settlement or accept the claims of these men appears to arise from an underlying culture of institutional racism and insulation of police from accountability. The optics of this city going to court, refusing to take responsibility for excessive force and resulting injuries, and refusing to settle with people of color injured by police, are severely at odds with the city working for racial justice, we urge you to enter into a restorative justice process for the Millie brothers and Mr. Jock.
If you could please
in
wrap
order
up.
to take responsibility.
Can you please wrap up?
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Grace File, to be followed by John Mahoney.
Hello, can you hear me? Nice to see you all in person. I just wanted to speak to agenda item 7.05 and 7.06. The entirety of the ARPA funding needs to go directly into our community. Taking ARPA funds and putting them into the police department contradicts the racial justice resolution and the city's commitment to invest in our community. The CNA report, which will be made public on Friday, which some of you may have already seen, affirms that we have the correct number of officers for the city of our size and demographic. I want to encourage the council to genuinely explore and fund public safety alternatives that truly meet the needs of all of our neighbors instead of continuing to rely on and fund the violent white supremacist institution of policing. And investing in mental health, investing in all of these resources, that is public safety, like Jada was talking about earlier. We need to genuinely invest in all of those different things and all of those different resources for our constituents and the safety of everyone, not just people who live in the Hill District. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Mahoney, to be followed by Ron Jacobs.
My name is John Mahoney, and I grew up in Burlington, just a few blocks from where we are sitting. Thank you for continuing to make the time to listen to constituent concerns. There were 11 in the household that I grew up in, and when we graduated from high school, there was an expectation that we would pursue opportunities in higher education. My parents committed to providing us room and board, and we were responsible to pay for our education. I never lived in a dorm or an apartment. My parents kept their end of the bargain, and I'm proud to say that I'm a graduate of the University of Vermont. I think that the university is a great asset to the community and to the region. That said, I could not be more disappointed in the university's behavior regarding not providing housing for its admitted students over the course of their matriculation. I'm especially disturbed that the university has this year admitted its largest class ever. This guarantees continued greater stress on the housing market. Perhaps moving out of a dorm is a rite of passage. Every time a student moves out of a dorm and into a house or apartment, they take away housing from a waitress or bartender downtown, a teacher or teacher's aide at a public or private school, a produce worker at a grocery store, or a nurse or resident at the hospital. I would urge you to do everything that you can to hold the university responsible for their continued lack of commitment to the greater Burlington community and its housing needs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ron Jacobs, to be followed by Angelique Gauthier.
So I'm not Ron Jacobs. He had to leave, but I do have his statement. I'm reading a statement from Ron Jacobs, the current president of AFSCME Local 1343, which is the union that would represent the workers at a municipally owned waste management facility. Our members represent city employees all over the city, from the Department of Public Works to Fletcher Free Library, and from City Hall to the parks of our town. Even if we don't live in Burlington proper, we share the desire of everyone here to create and maintain a livable city. In recent decades, many of us have watched as governments in Vermont and around the country have privatized services once run by the city themselves. Here in Burlington, some have openly advocated to privatize the city-owned electric department. An attempt to set up a publicly owned internet and cable system was crushed when corporate interests manipulated the situation to prevent it from happening. The only real beneficiary of that endeavor were the banking and telecommunications industry. Now, with this question of how Burlington residents will deal with their trash and recycling in front of the City Council, We have an opportunity to reset the current mishmash of private for-profit companies and city-run departments into a consolidated, city-owned and managed waste management operation. There are many reasons to support this publicly owned and managed facility. Foremost among them is that such an operation would be answerable to the people of Burlington, its government and its residents. Private waste management operations are answerable firstly to the market, a market which demands a certain rate of profit, which in turn means shifting prices and levels of service with little or no recourse for those who wish for those whose trash and recycling is being collected. There's a few more sentences here, so I'll just read the last one. Please vote against outsourcing and for a city-owned operation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angelique Gauthier, to be followed by Jane Gauthier.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so my name is Angelique, and I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, Jane Gauthier, who's one of the owners of Gauthier Trucking Company. And my family's been taking care of the trash needs in Burlington since 1950, when my grandfather started this company. We've now heard that the city wants to take over the waste business in Burlington, and this is a business that my family's worked decades to build. And that would mean taking away our customers that we know and that know us. When we asked our customers to complete your survey, the results showed that the people of Burlington don't want this change. And I understand that the city wants to improve the waste pickup system in some ways. That's why we're always working hard to make our service better for our customers, the community, and the environment. Vermont's motto is to support local, but this will take business and jobs away from local companies. That part I don't understand. We can work to address the concerns and solve them together. Burlington is a big part of Gauthier's business, and please let us be a part of the solution rather than label us as the problem. And lastly, I'll ask you not to vote to take away 61 years of my family's hard work. That's not the Vermont way. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane Gauthier, did you want to add anything?
I'm
you have?
good.
Okay.
Thank
all right. Okay, our next speaker then will be Ryan Myers, to be followed by Joe Sinagra.
Hello. My name is Ryan Myers from Myers Waste to Recycle. I'm here tonight because I don't support either models the city is proposing for waste consolidation. Picking up trash is what we do. It's not just our job, it's part of our life. We don't just do it because we want to, we do it because we are good at it. We are the professionals. The city of Burlington should be working with us, not against us. We are here to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Joe Sinagra, to be followed by Dave Koval.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Joe Sinagra. I'm here representing Myers Waste and Recycling. We're here to ask you, we do not support either resolution. And a few points on it is, why are we rushing on this? There are so many questions and so few answers on both resolutions. More studying needs to occur before we rush into a decision. Myers Waste and Recycling, like Gauthier's, like Casella, like Duffy's, like so many other haulers, didn't just start yesterday. These are businesses that have multiple generations who started here in Vermont, the Vermont way, and grew to hundreds, if not thousands of employees, hardworking, good, meaning Vermonters. We have the same goals as your resolutions and I think what you're looking for. We're in the business of extending Vermont's future, having clean energy. That's why we all invest thousands, tens of thousands of dollars on energy efficient trucks. why we spend so much on educating and training our employees. Our employees have worked for our companies for decades, not weeks. Finally, I ask, why the waste industry? I could sit here and rattle off 20 other industries that are in Burlington who have bigger trucks and more pollutants that have a bigger effect, adverse effect on the city than trash. My question is trash today, and is taxis, oil delivery, beer delivery, car delivery next? We all stand jointly as opposing both of these resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Dave Koval, to be followed by Elizabeth Casella.
As he said, my name is David Koval. I work with Casella right now. I previously worked for my own business with Tim Mack as Clean Green Sanitation. We decided to sell to Casella based on the fact that the environment that Chittenden Solid Waste was creating was going to make it very difficult to stay in business, as they really wanted to manage fewer companies. That was the way we understood it. And it was very difficult to navigate those waters. And so, being at the mercy of their decision-making to consolidate, we decided it was a good time to take matters into our own hands and to sell to somebody who could navigate against a larger government entity. We were in business for almost 20 years, and it was a good effort. I enjoyed being in that business. I enjoy working with Casella as they move forward into new avenues with their DPAC facilities where I work now. What I can say is that the visions that even Myers have with their construction recycling facility and the things that these companies are pushing forward is the vision that they create through the industry that they master. I do know that what you're certainly doing in these uncertain times that we've all been listening to is that you certainly will affect the livelihood of the people that work at these companies and the companies themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Casella, to be followed by Michael Casella.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep, just lean right into the mic.
Okay. I'll be speaking with my brother Michael. Good evening. My name is Liza Casella, and I'm here with my brother Michael. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you all tonight in opposition to the resolution in support of the fully municipal collection model. Almost 50 years ago, our uncle founded Casella Refuse Removal right down the road in Rutland. And our father joined him about a year later. Still leads the company today, and we're still headquartered in Rutland. Having spent the last decade in our business, I've gained a deep understanding and a deep appreciation for the ins and outs of this incredibly complex industry. We applaud the city for trying to address these issues. But we are here today with our industry peers to share our disappointment that we were not included in the lead up to this vote, to share our perspective and our expertise, one that we feel is incredibly valuable.
And I'm Michael Casella. I think most of the trash people actually would rather be out picking up trash and recycling and organics than having these discussions here. I think we're not in support of any of the resolutions as well, and we're not your enemies. We are Vermonters. We grew up here. We live here, and up until last year, I rented an apartment right down on College Street. I know the challenges of the city. We want to be part of the solution with the city in achieving their goals and the goals of the residents of Burlington. One of the things I've learned is the details are important. And one of the big things in the GBB study that you're making your decisions on tonight, it's inaccurate, misleading, and incomplete. Costs are underestimated. Environmental benefits are assumptions, not facts. Choice is important to residents, whether it be a hauler, the service level that they're going to select, or using a local bag drop?
Our company has been serving the city of Burlington for nearly as long as we've been in business, and we've enjoyed the opportunity to work with some of our Burlington customers for over 30 years. We asked our customers to complete your survey because we find that their perspective is equally important. And like Gothiers, we found that what they value is our service, just as much as we value them. As always, we are committed to evolving our business to meet the needs and goals of our communities. We want to continue to offer opportunities to hardworking Vermonters. And more importantly, we want to continue to be a part of the solution, as Mike referenced. We want to provide innovative services to advance material management and sustainability. That is our business, and that is the future of Burlington.
And I think true partnerships will make Vermont's waste and recycling successful. We're local experts, all the haulers that are here tonight. We've grown up in the Vermont, we've worked here for decades, and I am confident we can reach your goals. We have supported many organizations like the Flynn, Ronald McDonald House, Lund. We'd love to continue in partnership with the city to address its concerns with the current collection system rather than be driven out altogether. Please let us and other Vermonters help you. We ask you to vote no on a municipal model so that we can have a seat at the table.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Jim and Joe Trask, to be followed by Kelly Devine. Are Jim and Joe Trask here? Okay, not seeing them, so I will go to Kelly Devine. And Kelly will be followed by Barrett Sinowitz.
I'm Kelly Devine. I'm the Executive Director of the Burlington Business Association. I'm actually here to speak quickly on 3 different items. First of all, there's a renewal for a peddler's license for a food truck on the agenda tonight, and I looked over the application, and not surprising to me at all, there were repeated violations at various places around the city, parks and rec space, downtown space, concerned by local businesses. I just want to say that, I represent a lot of different businesses, and I think it's important that everyone follow the rules. If you need the rules changed, come before the city and get that done. But this, to me, seems like a flagrant dismissal of the rules. So just caution the city council about that. I'm also here to speak about the changes to downtown parking. As some of you know, I've worked on parking for a long time. Worked on the removal of downtown minimums for almost a decade. I think it's a very, very important issue to Burlington, and I'm generally supportive of the idea. I just think that this proposal, I didn't even know about it before it came before the council. I checked with planning commission members who haven't had a chance to really look at it, and I have to question the process on this one. It seems rushed to me. I'd love for my constituents and myself to have some input on it. It's something I've given a lot about. Our organization has done 2 studies on downtown TDM, and I can't see something like this advancing to a council vote without more input from the community. The third thing I want to speak about is the plan to provide some financial ability to help with the retention of officers. I mean, we are losing officers at a rapid pace. I'll just say quickly that I came upon an overdose victim in the middle of the day last week. And I have to say, thank God there was somebody there to respond, because this young man surely would not have survived that day without the help of the Burlington Police Department. So I encourage you to pass that resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Barrett Sinowitz, to be followed by Lauren Fasano.
Hello, my name is Barrett Sinowitz. I just celebrated my 5th month here in Burlington. This is a wonderful place. I've never...
If you could just please either speak up or speak closer to the mic.
I've never seen such courtesy. I'm from New York, lived in New York for the last 60 years, and this is a great place. But I've got to say this, and I'll make it short. In just the 5 months that I've been here, I've noticed a deterioration. In the morning when I get the New York Times delivered, frequently there's probably just a homeless person sleeping in the doorway. I've noticed also, we're right in the Patagonia store building, people taking a crap on the sidewalk. You don't see that in New York, believe it or not. I don't see the policemen around as much as I do even in New York. I think you've got a wonderful city. The unbelievable courtesy that you have here should be preserved. I like it here. Please keep it good and keep it going up, not down. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Lauren Fasano, to be followed by Christopher Hasley.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yep.
All right. This is my first time here, so I'm not going to pretend like I know what I'm talking about, what you guys have discussed in your past meetings, because I don't. But what I do know is the fear that I feel as a student every single day living on College Street above Patagonia, like that man did, like that man explained he does as well. I am also from New York. Think about your college experiences, your kids. Does it include being catcalled by a registered sex offender? Does it include being delayed going to the grocery store because you have to call 911 for an overdosed man? Does it include opening your window in the morning to eat breakfast and seeing someone shoot heroin right outside? Does that include any of your college experiences, and should it? I don't think it should. I have lived here for 3 years and been coming here for 5. I have had family here for more than 10. None of this should be what the city is about. It was a beautiful city and it had so much potential. It's a waste to see what it is going to now, and it is really unfortunate that a student like myself does not even feel safe, feels the same anxiety here in this room talking about it that I do going to my car at night. I should not have to be the one to call 911 when a man overdoses. I was 18. I should not be that person. When you go to sleep at night, I hope you can think about your children, your nieces and nephews, your own personal experience, and relate it to mine and realize this is not what this city should be about. I hope you guys take this into consideration and really take into consideration the people who do live on College and Church Street, because it is not just businesses. We are here and we live here. We face these same problems and it's 24 hours. I appreciate you letting me have time to speak, especially with my anxiety. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Christopher Hasley, to be followed by Stephen Margolin.
I'll remove the mask if that's okay with y'all. I am fully vaccinated. I just wanted to elaborate on what my neighbor Lauren had spoke about. I've lived in the city for a little over 2 decades, 5 years in my current address on College Street, and I have noticed a decline in the quality of life here. For many years, I heard about the opioid crisis, and it was kind of something I didn't really know much about until about a month ago when I was walking into the parking garage and I saw a man who I thought had passed out. And when I went to check on him, he jumped up and he's like, "Do you like to watch people shooting heroin?" And he had a needle in his hand, and it was kind of like, whoa, I had never seen that before. Most recently, about a week and a half ago, I returned to the same garage to my car to head to a doctor's appointment, only to discover it had been broken into. Someone had taken a rock and smashed the window and stole my backpack, my wife's backpack, my chainsaw, my personal protective equipment, things I use to try to give back to the community by doing trail work here in Vermont and New York. I don't know what the solution is, so I started going out just trying to talk to people in the downtown. I've talked to people that are unhoused. I've talked to people that work here in City Hall, and it kind of feel like a political football. You know, people say, well, call the police or call the Howard Center, and we call and we don't get a response. And then we hear from the city government, well, call the police. And they're like, well, you need to talk to City Hall. And we just don't know what to do. But what we do know is that we have people dealing drugs and shooting heroin like right outside our door. You walk over to the park in the morning. My son's 18-year-old girlfriend moved up from North Carolina, and she's having to step over dirty needles when she's out walking the dog. And like Lauren, she's getting catcalled by people that are just people, you know, and it's just, she shouldn't have to deal with that. Again, I don't know what the solution is, but like Barry had said, I've come out, I've found people with feces in front of our door. The one bright spot I see is that we do have a lot of people that have come out tonight to speak on a variety of issues. And while we all are different people and we all have different ideas, I think the one thing that we can agree on, and I think the one thing that unites us as a city, is a common desire to be able to feel safe as we walk around day or night and not have to look over our shoulder. So on that note, I would ask you guys to let us know what we can do, because we're not
Please
feeling
wrap up.
safe anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Stephen Margolin, to be followed by Christopher Aaron Felker.
Hello? Hi, can everybody hear me?
Not super well.
This better?
Yep.
Awesome. It's cool to be doing this in person. Normally I've only spoken on the digital calls. So hi, my name's Stephen Margolin. I'm a Ward 8 resident. I've lived in Burlington for 7 years. And recently I just started teaching at the college, so that's cool. And primarily I wanted to start off by first saying I support the public efforts and support unionization. I don't think we need as many trucks. It's really unnecessary and crowds out. Another thing I'd like to talk about being unnecessary is the police department's request for COVID relief money. It is a gross misuse of that money, and what we should be doing is funding public supports and systems that will enable us to address the concerns a lot of our neighbors have said here today. There's a growing fear of our houseless neighbors. There's a growing fear of the opioid crisis. And I think we can address that by reinvesting in public services and health as opposed to criminalizing it, because then you're only punishing the people who are already a victim of these horrible circumstances. I don't think we need more police, and I certainly don't think we need to give them more money. The report that Commissioner Murad will say today says that the average police salary is $77,000. The average Burlington individual income is $20,000. So they're making $50,000 over that, and now we're going to give them even more money. I think that's really unnecessary. And I'd like to end my time by just putting forward a question of really how do we want to spend this money? Because what we do now will shape what we do with the future, and all of these problems are interconnected, and they can be solved by reinvesting in the public good, not in a force that will criminalize people who are already suffering. Mr. Mayor, your legacy is already the pit. Do you want to throw away another $1 million?
Our next speaker, and again, please focus comments to the chair and on the issues. Our next speaker is Christopher Aaron Felker, to be followed by Sylvie Overby.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Aaron Felker. I am the chairman of the Burlington GOP and the communications director for the Chittenden County Republican Party. I am here to speak to this council this evening on 2 points. The first is on municipal consolidation. The Burlington Republican Party and the Chittenden County GOP as a whole are opposed to this measure. We oppose any measure that has government intervention to crush small business. We believe that this will result in a net loss of jobs, and it will crush small businesses that have been here in Burlington and in Vermont for decades. So we ask you to oppose the municipal model. We're also here I'm here this evening to speak on behalf of 7.05. We recommend that you adopt this measure for retention and recruitment of new officers and at Burlington Police Department. As the leaked copy of the CNA report will show, Burlington needs 76 to 83 officers. Currently, we're at 68. And since this council failed to act 2 months ago to raise the cap, we need to try to do whatever we can to try and retain our officers and make lateral recruitments from other departments throughout our nation. So we ask that you consider this motion, that you approve this motion, because it's in the best interest of Burlingtonians. As you've heard this evening, people that live right outside this door don't feel safe. People in this ward don't feel safe. It's your responsibility to make sure that we have a functional public safety team in this city. It's the first time I have extra time left. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Sylvie Overby, to be followed by Liz Medina.
I support expanding Burlington's successful recycling program into a fully consolidated municipal waste collection system handling trash, recycling, and compost. Only 11 to 15% of the cities studied use private hauler subscriptions like we do. Our current situation leaves residents with just the options and prices that are most profitable for private haulers to offer. If Burlington wants to reduce, reuse, and recycle, it should not continue a system that provides no incentive for waste reduction. A municipal system facilitates innovation and democratic control over the costs and service options. It provides fair treatment of essential waste management employees. The municipal system proposed will serve the roughly 10,000 households in buildings with 1 to 4 residences that don't want to self-haul their trash to drop off. Nearly 25% of residents, some 3,000 households, are not paying the estimated $30 to $50 cost per month for home trash pickup. They're also not paying the $4.84 per month solid waste generation tax, which is added to private haulers' trash bills to fund the city's recycling program. Residents that self-haul trash say they reduce their waste, so they pay just $6 to $8 to dump a 35 to 45 gallon trash bag every month or so. A municipal system won't exclude any private hauler. Commercial properties and residential buildings with over 4 units will still be served through individual contracts with private haulers. Municipal buildings could also be served by private hauler service. The one thing missing from your materials is the city's highly beneficial 20-year lease purchase option on the 3-acre solid waste property at 195-201 Flint Avenue. This property would provide 1 acre for the municipal waste operation, 2 acres for a new drop-off center to replace the one closed on Pine Street. The rent would be $25,000 a year for 20 years to pay off the $500,000 purchase price. Critically, this option agreement expires this October 31st, just coming up. It should be extended another year at the risk a costly lost opportunity for establishing a municipal system. That lease option is in my materials at consent agenda item 6.29 for those who want to read the terms. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liz Medina, to be followed by Paul Fleckenstein.
I'm 2 people tonight. Hello, my name is Liz Medina. I'm the Executive Director of the Vermont State Labor Council, AFL-CIO, which is our state's Federation of Labor Unions. I'll say it's not enough to have jobs. As a representative of organized labor, we need to have good paying union jobs. And as director, one of the biggest problems I hear about time and time again from our over thousands of members, actually, I think it's over 6,000 in Burlington, is that there is immense downward pressure on wages from non-union workers in the industry. And moving towards a public waste consolidation system would create good paying union jobs in the public sector. And I think that's really important to keep in mind. I did some research into what the private sector pays for waste hauling, and I saw wages as low as $11 an hour. I wonder how anyone could possibly live on $11 an hour in this city, which is very expensive. So I hope none of you are having to live off $11 an hour because it is not a living wage. And second, I want to just emphasize the importance of keeping the long-term big picture in mind. It may seem more advantageous to just quickly go with this mishmash that we already have versus setting up a public municipal system. But we know that the only way to rationalize waste management is to have a public system. And that will save the environment, and it will save residents from the noise and disturbances of having too many trucks on the road, down the road. And it's just simple as this. It's the tragedy of commons, right? How can we possibly get a bunch of private companies to most efficiently plan their routes for all the different kinds of waste that need to be collected in this city? It's just not a feasible thing. So I encourage you to support consolidation in a public waste system. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Paul Fleckenstein.
I'm Paul Fleckenstein, a Burlington resident, and I'm here to support municipal waste consolidation. The technical research that I've gone through supports this in terms of CO2 emissions and other environmental impacts. The significantly better union jobs with pensions and retirement supports municipal ownership and control. And I'm proud to stand with Burlington's public sector union supporting this. Most importantly, though, the horizon for a radical Green New Deal in Vermont and beyond urgently supports this. The current prioritization of existing private, undemocratic, profit-oriented business interests is a roadblock to the changes needed to address global heating. If local, state, and federal governments continue with the status quo primarily representing private businesses and their investments, there will not be much, if any, meaningful progress toward climate goals. We should believe in the science. We have to prioritize the common and majority good over private and corporate interests and support increased municipal ownership, democratic management, union rights, and consolidated services when that's indicated.
Thank you. And with that, that was our final speaker for this evening, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public forum. We will move into our agenda for this evening. The next item on the agenda are the climate emergency reports. Did any councilor have a climate emergency report that they'd like to offer? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go to the consent agenda. Councilor Stromberg, may I please have a motion on the consent agenda?
Yes, I move to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions as indicated.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor McGee. Any discussion? Councilor Paul?
Just a moment. I'm getting the consent agenda up. Yes, I just wanted to state that I'll be recusing myself from item 6.05 due to a professional conflict of interest.
Thank you. Will the record please note that recusal? Is there any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote on the consent agenda. All those in favor of adopting our consent agenda this evening, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Brings us into our deliberative agenda, but before we get into that deliberative agenda, I'm going to go to I'm going to recess this meeting and go to the full Board of Tax Abatement of Taxes meeting and convene that meeting. So I'll recess the City Council meeting at 8:22 and convene that full Board of Abatement of Taxes meeting at 8:22. Our first item on this agenda is the agenda itself. Sorry, Mayor.
Thank you. I think our custom is that the mayor chairs this board, so I will.
Apologies.
No worries. I will ask the same question President Tracy was. Are we ready for a motion on the agenda?
Motion to adopt.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Do we have a second?
Second.
By Councilor Mason. Any discussion? All those in favor of the vote, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to the consent agenda. I would welcome a motion regarding the consent agenda.
I move that we adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And that brings us, that's the entire agenda. It brings us, if there's no objection, we'll adjourn the full Board of Tax Abatement at 8:24 p.m.
Thank you, Mayor. That brings us back into the regular City Council meeting and our deliberative agenda for this evening. I'll reconvene the City Council meeting at 8:24, and we'll move into our deliberative agenda, we have item 7.01, which is a peddler license renewal for fast food, good food. Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I'd like to make a motion to approve and recommend that the City Council approve the applicant's fast food, good food application for peddler license renewal, subject to a 6-month term commencing on June 1st, 2021, ending on November 30th, 2021, and a further refund $100 of the $300 full-year renewal fee already paid by the applicant, and ask for the floor back after a second.
Thank you. Councilor Mason, is there a second? Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor McGee. Go ahead, Councilor Mason.
Thank you, Councilor McGee. To explain why this is on, and the applicant was notified, Lori confirmed, but is not present. As was noted, this is an applicant with a rather checkered past. There was a lengthy discussion at the License Committee about exactly what to do. The most recent transgression related to appearing in a non-sanctioned spot down at the skate park. The applicant gave a very detailed, oh, he is here, forgive me. I'll go to the applicant after my statement. The stated justification at the time was, in essence, COVID. In order to feed his family and stay alive, he, moved, understanding that that was not okay. The other issue that the License Committee grappled with a little bit, that notice of violation had not yet been served on the applicant, so technically was not even ripe for consideration. Where the committee ultimately ended up on a 2-1 vote with Councilor Hanson voting no, was to, in essence, put some conditions on the license, expect full compliance by the applicant as sort of a final chance. With that, I note the applicant is here. If there are questions from this body for the applicant, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. Any comments from councilors? Councilor Hanson.
Yeah, do you want them now or after the applicant speaks?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll go to the applicant now, actually. Go ahead. You don't have anything to offer? Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Hanson.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I voted no on this in committee. I've been on the license committee for 2.5 years, and even before I got on the license committee, there were known issues with this applicant violating the rules of his license, and it's just been a consistent problem for many years on end. At one point, we did take action and suspended the license for a couple of weeks, but it doesn't appear that that has really caused a behavior change, so I can't support at this time the renewal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Any further comments from councilors? Okay, hearing none, we will go to a vote. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councilor Barlow,
No.
Councilor Carpenter,
Yes.
Councilor Jang,
No.
Councilor Hanson,
No.
Councilor Hightower,
Yes.
Councilor Mason,
Yes.
Councilor Paul,
Yes.
Councilor McGee,
Yes.
Councilor Stromberg.
No.
Looks like Councilor Freeman has joined us, so Councilor Freeman
No.
and Council President Tracy.
No.
Five ayes, 6 nays.
So point of order, just when did Councilor Freeman join? I want to make sure she was involved in the whole discussion and didn't just vote.
Councilor Freeman, were you on for that whole item?
I just was able to get my Zoom up, so if you don't want me to vote, that's fine.
Okay, I'll say, thank you for that. The motion would still fail on a 5-5, Councillor Mason. So thank you for that point of order. And so it'll be, please record a 5-5 vote, given that councillors do need to be present for the full item. Councillor Paul, did you have, okay.
No, I'm just wondering if there was a counselor here and is not here now, so.
Okay. Thank you. We will go to our next item, which is the item 7.02, Comprehensive Development Ordinance Minimum Parking Requirements. Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, I'll move to consider this as a first reading and refer to the ordinance committee. And would ask for the floor back after a second.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Hightower. Go ahead, Councillor Hanson.
Great, thanks. So there's many issues that we disagree on and debate about, but I think two of the issues that there's widespread agreement, not only on council, but throughout the community, is around housing affordability and addressing that, as well as addressing the climate crisis and being a leader as a community in Burlington. We still have a number of policies on the books that not only don't do enough, but in fact, we have some policies that actually are moving us in the opposite direction. One of those is right here before us, is this policy that we have existing around minimum parking requirements. And these are requirements that force developers to build a minimum number of parking spaces, regardless of whether or not the developers or their financiers feel that those spaces are needed for the development. So this causes money and resources that could otherwise go towards building housing to go instead towards building more car infrastructure in Burlington. It makes development more difficult, more expensive, drives up housing costs, and increases car dependency. Last year, we took a positive step forward and we eliminated these minimum parking requirements for downtown as well as along transit corridors, and we replaced them with sustainable transportation requirements. That policy has been really successful and has enabled projects that otherwise wouldn't have been possible and wouldn't have been built. And it also reduced the costs of, sorry, can people hear me? There was a noise on your end.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, and it has reduced the costs of projects that have come through. My understanding is that every project that has come through the Development Review Board under this new policy has built less parking than they would have been required to previously by the city. And so tonight I'm proposing that we build on that success and expand this citywide. The existing policy, as I said, is downtown and transit corridors, and the sustainable transportation requirements are specific to projects that have 10 or more housing units or 15,000 gross square foot of floor area or more. For the rest of the city, I would propose that we would lower that threshold to 5 units because in many areas of the city, there's not the same access to alternatives that exist in the downtown and along transit corridors. And so if developers are going to build less parking in those areas, we would ask them to step up a little bit more on supporting other modes of transportations for the residents and, employees or other folks that they're bringing to that location, that they would step up on supporting that transportation impact. The table for the parking maximums that you see here is meant to reflect the current policy, because the current policy bases the maximums on the minimums, and since we're deleting the minimums, we would need to then put in this table for maximum. So it's not a policy change, it's just a way of representing what the maximums are. There's a few cases where that amount ends up at 0, so we would just need to address that detail at the committee level. But the big picture here is just really, we really need to reshape our transportation system, not only for climate, but for affordability, safety, health, and a number of other issues. And this is a piece of that puzzle. I think the bigger picture is the citywide transportation demand management program that was approved in the budget that we included 50,000 for, and I'm working on a resolution on that. I think that's going to have a larger impact, but that's going to take some time to develop. This is an immediate thing that we can do to ensure that new development isn't digging a deeper hole and building extra car infrastructure that we don't need. So the policy we passed last year, I think was really popular and has been successful so far, and I hope we can continue to build on that with this change. Thank you.
Thank you. Any councilors wishing to speak to this item? Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I want to thank Councilor Hansen for bringing this forward. My understanding from conversations with most around this table, and at least my view, I support the policy. Councilor Hansen and I have gone back and forth, and I know he has with the Planning and Zoning Department as well, relating to timing. For everyone's benefit, we did just move forward, on these requirements for the downtown core and the transportation corridors. My understanding at the time that we passed that was we were really punting on the transportation demand management side. For those of us that were on the committee, it was really at the end, we were making up what we felt were appropriate policies, but the expectation was we would budget for and move forward with a consultant outreach and an actual come forward with a citywide TDM policy. My understanding, and Jack or Councilor Hansen confirmed, the money's in the budget and the expectation is that will happen. So I'm a little scratching my head that we don't necessarily have the cart before the horse here. If Ms. Tuttle on behalf of the department is prepared to come up and maybe answer some questions too, I would like to ask sort of their position on that. I think as we all are cognizant of our demands on staff, and I have some concerns that, advancing this may imperil other initiatives that we have also asked that department to handle. So I don't know, Megan, if you want to share some of the conversations you've had or concerns with this proposal at this time.
Sure. Thank you, Councilor Mason. And I will just say that from a staff perspective, we absolutely agree with the intent that Councilor Hansen has introduced this resolution under. We agree, and we discussed widely about the costs and impacts of parking requirement relative to the development of housing and the affordability of housing, and support the concept of exploring extending the elimination of those minimum requirements to other parts of the city. I think our main concern right now is just what Councilor Mason said, is that we do have money in our budget this year to do the transportation demand management study, and feel that that will be a really good exercise for us to explore the range of options for how we could manage TDM requirements in the city, not only for new development, but also for potentially for existing development, and just about our capacity to manage doing both of those processes at the same time, along with other major policy work.
Thank you.
Councilor Mason, anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay. Any other councilors on this item? Councilor Hansen.
Yeah, just so everyone's clear on the fact that, there's a big difference between regulating new construction, which is what, the comprehensive development ordinance does, and the changes we made last year, what I'm proposing here. It's a lot more simple and straightforward, and I think, frankly, we never should have had these parking minimums, but I think we're long overdue in eliminating them. But the regulating existing employers, existing institutions that have a transportation impact, getting them to engage and participate with transportation demand management is a completely different animal, and it's going to take quite a long time to develop that. It's starting out with an expensive study that we're going to have to contract out. It's going to be a long process, and I think it's really important, and I'm looking forward to working on that. But to continue to force new development to overbuild parking in the meantime, I think is just backwards. And so that's why I'm proposing that we move this forward now rather than waiting for that larger TDM program to be developed. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Hansen. Councilor Hightower.
Oh, actually, if I could have Ms. Tuttle answer to that, what your opinion was on that before I make my comment.
Yeah, I mean, I think Councilor Hanson is right that the TDM study will help us identify a much broader range of strategies that we can use for existing development. And I think in some ways that might be a more difficult nut for us to crack. As far as the development goes, again, the current policy does not address kind of neighborhood scale development, which is really the districts of the city that we would be talking about expanding this elimination of minimums to. I think the areas of the city that are included in it's a mouthful, the downtown and mixed use parking district that we just created is actually the part of the city where we would anticipate seeing the most and most intensive development in probably the near term. And particularly as we think about addressing some of the other barriers in our zoning ordinance that might be limiting residential development in other parts of the city, I think we have an opportunity to include parking in that work as well.
Thank you. I think based on that answer, I still feel comfortable moving this discussion to ordinance with some of those assumptions. And I think especially because as we're starting to think about community feedback and folks seeing this new, that's just a better avenue to have those conversations in.
Any further comments from councilors? Okay, seeing none, let's go to a vote. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councilor Barlow,
Yes.
Councilor Carpenter,
Yes.
Councilor Jang,
Yes.
Councilor Freeman,
Yes.
Councilor Hanson,
Yes.
Councilor Hightower,
Yes.
Councilor Mason,
No.
Councilor Paul,
Yes.
Councilor McGee,
Yes.
Councilor Shannon,
No.
Councilor Stromberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
10 ayes, 2 nays.
The motion carries. Thank you very much for joining us for some questions. Appreciate that as well. Okay, that brings us to our next item, which is item 7.03, a resolution advancing a municipally operated consolidated collection system for trash, recycling, and organics. Councilor Stromberg.
Thanks, President Tracy. I'd like to I'd move to waive the reading, adopt the resolution, and ask for the floor back after a second, please.
Thank you, Councilor Stromberg. We have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor McGee. Councilor Stromberg, go ahead.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm terribly backlit. It's the best I can do for right now. So, big topic lately, right? I truly believe that it is healthy for our community to always look at and weigh options. Waste and waste management is a huge part of our lives, even if we don't think about it every day. I know I certainly don't. But it is very important, and it's something that, I know there are a lot of takeaways, a lot of very different takeaways for what is being proposed. The one thing I really do want to mention before I go into why this is on the table, and kind of break that down, I do want to mention that, we are not at war with any companies or any entity. We're simply questioning the way that we currently function, because we must consider changes as the world around us changes. The climate is changing, as we know. The need for good paying jobs with benefits, not only changing, but it's increasing intensely. The proposal on the table is a page and a quarter long. There is a lot that hasn't been covered in that. There would be a lot of details to work out, no matter what model ends up being the chosen one. No one is taking away the right to choose. This is a democracy, and I've reiterated this on the phone with a lot of people. And I'm just truly fully supportive of a municipal model being implemented in Burlington with the opt-out option. obviously choice, because a public system like this simply enables more democratic, public, and economic control. We spend so much time in these seats discussing these important pillars of our society. So I think that that's all in our best, that is in our best interest. I truly believe that. And I know I'm not alone. Right now, we overly prioritize considerations of the private profit of owners. We take a lot of what they need and want into account. We do that because they are people, they are families, they have businesses. I respect that. But we need to also really value the concerns of ratepayers, the environment, especially now, and the workers locally and broadly in Vermont and afar. Greater control and flexibility over our rates and what we offer, and the design of the system itself is truly a good thing. I think that's just good no matter what angle you're coming at it. Municipal consolidated collection is, the system in which that is, it's the most in the public interest because consolidation creates monopoly conditions that are not really conducive to lowering costs through competition. So as you know, monopolization is fostered because customer costs decrease as the number of customers increase, which makes competition not very favorable or advantageous. A public system will build a stronger middle class, which is shrinking at a historically high rate. This would also build a more just economy, which we talk about a lot as a council, through growing union jobs, which we heard from tonight, unions, and fighting privatization that would eliminate union jobs and replace them with lower paying jobs with not as great benefits, so no pensions and things to kind of pay into. This could also provide on-the-job protections like the union contract and grievance procedures and things like that. Finally, I do want to say that a municipal system keeps the income generated in the public hands. That's, I think, honestly, again, in our best interests. The city already runs a citywide recycling program, electric program, ED, and public water, which is huge. This really proves and shows to me that we are more than capable of running this type of system. And it would honestly also add capacity to the Department of Public Works by adding staff who could be used in other ways. Street cleaning is a big thing, snow removal. There's a lot of different avenues that they could go down and kind of alleviate that. I honestly hope that we can move forward as a city on this project because it does have a long range of benefits and keeps our assets local, therefore increasing efficiencies on a multitude of fronts. So thank you very much, and I hope we can pass this tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Stromberg. Other councillors? Councillor Shannon.
Thank you, President Tracy. My constituents are the ratepayers, which Councillor Stromberg mentioned. This policy would be a disadvantage to the ratepayers, and it will cost the ratepayers more. So I will not be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Shannon. Are there others wishing to speak? Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, President Tracy. I have a number. I've been, outspoken against consolidated collection when it was in committee and when it was, it's been talked about for the last 2 or 3 months. But I have just a few points I'd like to make about it. First of all, as I've said before, there's significant impact on small businesses that haul trash and food waste. And I've talked to a few of them. And as we heard from them tonight, and as they indicated when I talked to them on the phone, this would be significant impact to them because Burlington's a large market for them. With regard to the municipal option, I philosophically believe it's not the role of local government to displace local business where there's healthy competition and where those businesses are already providing quality services. We need more businesses in Vermont, not fewer. I also wonder if we can afford the $6+ million bond for a municipal consolidated option. In addition to all the other bonding that we're considering doing. All increased costs for city residents and recent tax increases have already stretched residents' ability to pay, and I have concerns about impacts on affordability with any unnecessary bonding. We should be really picky about the projects we ask taxpayers and ratepayers to pay, and those projects should all have really good ROI. I also have questions about some of the pricing projections. In a memo that DPW did, the 0% opt-out case for the municipal option is only projected to cost city residents 30 cents a month or $3.60 more a year than the franchise option. And it only raises $47,000 more a year. How can this possibly be enough? The municipal option has a debt service on a $6 million bond, and we have to pay for 13 new city employees. I priced it out just on an internet loan calculator, and debt service alone on a $6 million bond at 4% for 20 years is $36,000 a month. So I don't know if $47,000 a year annually would come even close to covering the costs. And lastly, I'll just say, some of the benefits listed might be able to be achieved in other simple or less expensive ways. We already license the haulers in the city. So if we require licensed haulers to use more efficient routes, restrict days and hours of service in various neighborhoods, we might be able to achieve some of these objectives. And compliance with mandates and regulations might be achieved through more aggressive education efforts. And maybe we even, instead of taking haulers out of the mix, we create incentives for haulers, like fewer restrictions if they electrify their fleets. I think there's other ways to approach this. So I'm not supportive of this resolution tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anyone else in the queue. Councilor McGee.
Thank you, President Tracy. I just want to take a moment to review the benefit that a municipal operation model would have for...
Councilor McGee, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Is this better? Should I just...
You can take it.
Okay. I just want to take a moment to address the benefit that this would have for our workforce in the city. This would create 9 to 12 good-paying union jobs, and those jobs would come with a guarantee of a fair wage, healthcare benefits, and pension benefits. You know, time and again, we have seen privatization and a sharp decline in union membership result in the erosion of workers' rights and economic security through lower wages, reduced benefits, and no promise of a pension. Further, we know city workers in particular have a vested interest in ensuring that Burlington remains a vibrant, healthy, and habitable city, and these new positions would bolster DPW's capacity to address other quality of life concerns like snow removal. Tonight, we have the opportunity to set a direction for waste consolidation, which recognizes that our most essential services should be provided by the city with the best interests of residents considered above all else. We can state clearly that all workers deserve a union, a livable wage, health care, and pension benefits. While I recognize that there are many questions left to answer, I believe it is important for us to take this step that will ensure that the best outcome for both residents and workers. For these reasons, I'll be voting yes on this resolution.
Thank you. Mayor Weinberger.
Thank you, President Tracy. I agree with the sponsors of this resolution that there are some benefits to be gained from the city playing a more active role in the collection of waste. There's a reason, I think, that 80% of municipalities, according to our professionals, have some form of consolidated collection. And I am supportive of us trying to move in a direction that reduces the greenhouse gas emissions, that creates efficiencies, that has less wear and tear on our roads, that improves working conditions. And I had hoped that we would be able to move forward in a bipartisan fashion with a proposal that achieves all that and more. And perhaps there's still a route there where we could do that after tonight. But I cannot support the current resolution. I mean, let's be really frank about what's being proposed here. There is a proposal to essentially create two new businesses, to have the city of Burlington get into the waste hauling and the compost hauling business. This is not something that can be done casually. We should all remember what happened the last time the city, in the name of lofty goals, started a business. It was a disaster that took us a full decade to dig out from under and only recently was completed. For us to take this on, this would have to become a major new priority. There's no other way to do it without and ensure that this does not become another disaster. We are living in historically challenging times where we are already fully committed to a huge range of priorities. We are still fighting our way through the end of a pandemic. We have a very uncertain recovery that vests in us the responsibility of deploying millions of dollars of federal dollars to relief efforts. We are reckoning finally as a nation and as a community with racial justice and starting up a large number of new programs and efforts. We have an acute housing crisis that demands city action on many fronts. We have an opioid crisis that after some years of progress is seeing all the numbers move in the wrong direction. And as we'll be discussing later on this agenda, we have a major challenge with public safety and with forming a new consensus about where we go with public safety and how we get through this period. Even just looking at the team, the administration is responsible for working with the council on all those issues. The day-to-day responsibilities for starting these two new businesses would fall to a public works team that also is straining to meet historic challenges. We are attempting to address decades of deferred maintenance on many infrastructure areas. We have another major initiative before you tonight that would accelerate that work. We are trying to transform our streets to a much better active transportation network that requires innovation and transformation, and is already putting considerable strain on this team. There is no way to add another major priority to this very long list already, and there's no need to. We can achieve virtually all, as the analysis that's been shared with the council has shown, we can achieve virtually all of the social goals that the sponsors of this resolution seek to through the hybrid model that the Department of Public Works team has proposed. And we could do that with much less strain and diversion of critical attention and focus and resources. Thank you, President Tracy.
Thank you, Mayor. I have Councilor Hanson to be followed by Councilor Mason.
Great, thanks. Well, first of all, I'm really excited that we're moving forward with consolidated collection, whichever route we go. This, it's been discussed for a very long time, and I feel like we're finally in a position to make progress on it and actually implement it. It's going to save residents money on waste collection. It's going to save taxpayers money on infrastructure. It's going to reduce traffic, reduce noise, improve wages and benefits for workers, improve air quality, reduce fossil fuel use, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and those things are true regardless of what type of consolidated system. In terms of the decision between the hybrid model and the municipal, I think we're faced with a common issue, which is that the choice that is really best in the long term, looking decades out, is more costly, more painful, and more difficult in the short term. That's especially tough right now with the recent reappraisal and many other competing needs that the mayor just laid out. But in the long run, this would save money, as others have noted. It would build jobs that would support middle-class families to live in Burlington, really well-paying jobs and benefits that are hard to come by these days. And we would have more local control over the specifics of how our waste is collected. And you know, the ratepayers would have a seat at the table and would actually have that public control over the process, over the system. And I guess one example of that is on the climate front, which is that we would have a greater ability to decarbonize and maximize efficiency within waste collection if it were municipal, because if it were municipal, it would fall under our net zero by 2030 goals, and we could work aggressively to electrify the vehicles and make the operation efficient. We can push through a hybrid system, we can push the private sector through contracts and get some degree of those benefits. But having that full control and oversight and running as a city, you have greater ability to make those changes happen. And I think the Burlington Electric Department is the perfect example of that. As a utility, they've been consistently a leader across utility, looking at utilities across the country and world. And that's because we've had that public ownership and have been able to guide that department, not only in terms of economic benefits for customers, but also the values that we want to see from an electric department. So I do think it's the harder path. It would take longer to set up, but ultimately, looking at the very long view, I think it's the right way to go. But either way, I'm excited to, as I said, move forward consolidated collection. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. To somewhat pick up on Councilor Hanson's comments, at least from the constituents that have reached out to me, not a single one is interested in paying more, period, full stop. We're all still getting yelled at for what we've done on electric rates, on water rates, and on the reappraisal. Not a single constituent has said, I want to pay more, move forward with the municipal model. I'm sorry, but that's the reality of what I'm hearing. As the Ward 5 councilor, I'm also pretty concerned about other priorities we've advanced and lumped on Chapin and his team and an inability to move forward with this. Last meeting we advanced, and we are now, or I am optimistic that we will break ground on the Champlain Parkway in under a year. We're also advancing the Rail Yard Enterprise project. I don't know that there's capacity to move forward with this at the same time. And I think we're being unrealistic to just pass this and ask his team to do that. So I will be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. I don't have anyone else in the queue.
I would like to speak, Councilor Tracy.
Yep. Go ahead. I'll have Councilor Jang to be followed by Councilor Hightower.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank the DPW, Chapin Spencer and team, and the DPW Commission as well for their hard work over the past couple of months about this, and took as well. But I do believe, that it is important for us to at least listen here to our constituency. People are a little bit confused, and I think the amount of communication that has gone from the private holders to our constituency has brought some level of confusion. And to me, I have been leaning toward the municipal option, but I want to grant my constituent the freedom to choose who would like to pick up their recycling, their trash, and their organics. Therefore, I will not be voting in support of this resolution. And I think it will be imperative for us to have this conversation, keep on talking for the right amount in collaboration with the private holders for the right system for the city of Burlington. I will not be voting in support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. Councilor Hightower.
Yes, so just want to quickly state that I think that my understanding is that Chapin and the administration, at least as just represented by Mayor Weinberger, are interested in moving forward despite the many other projects that are going on in the city with a consolidated option, and that consolidation is often a cheaper option, which is why it has been chosen by 80% of municipalities. It supports a lot of environmental goals, it supports some social goals. I think the municipal option also supports a lot of social environmental goals, including the ability to set ambitious priorities, and I think part of what we're hearing is that part is difficult to do right now, I think, as Councilor Hanson mentioned. I do think that it's important for us to show support for consolidation, regardless of how we go forward. Based on that, I would like to divide the question of the two, therefore be it resolved clauses.
So we have a motion to divide the question. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Is that a second, Councilor Stromberg?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Attorney Richardson, is the motion to divide the question debatable?
It is not.
It is not debatable. Okay. So we will now go to a vote on the question to divide the vote between the two resolve clauses. There are two resolve clauses, so the motion is to vote on each of those individually. We're not voting on those questions yet, but this is a motion just to simply divide the question. Will the city clerk please call the roll on the motion to divide the question between the two resolve clauses in the resolution?
Councillor Barlow,
No.
Councillor Carpenter,
Yes.
Councillor Jang,
No.
Councillor Freeman,
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Hanson,
Yes.
Councillor Hightower,
Yes.
Councillor Mason,
No.
Councillor Paul,
Yes.
Councillor McGee,
Yes.
Councillor Shannon,
No.
Councillor Stromberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
8 ayes, 4 nays.
So the motion to divide the question passes, so we will divide the question. Were there any further comments on the resolution? Councilor Shannon.
Just to clarify, the first question we will be voting on now is the city council supports the implementation of a consolidated collection approach to picking up residential trash, recycling, and organics for at least 1 to 4 unit residential parcels. Does that include the hybrid approach? In that, if you're supportive of the hybrid approach, that would be included as a consolidated collection approach, correct?
That's how I read it, yes.
Okay.
So, point of order, would that not include a municipal model?
It would include both, because they're both consolidated collection options. The municipal option is, the next clause further clarifies a municipal option, so.
So I guess, point of information to the city attorney. What I'm trying to figure out is if I were to vote in favor of the first, which is generic consolidated collection, and I vote no on the second, which is the municipal model, I'm trying to figure out if the municipal model still is in play based on a majority vote in favor of the first question as opposed to a negative on the second question. Because if that's true, that will dictate how I vote on the first and the second question.
So my read of the two resolutions, certainly, obviously, the second one very specifically calls out the full municipal operation model. The first one, however, just simply speaks of a consolidated collection approach to picking up residential trash, recycling organics. So under that, it would depend upon the definition of consolidated collection approach. And simply because it is a resolution, it would open up the possibility that both options were essentially on the table. However, read together, let me just leave it at that, simply because the resolution that would pass would have broad enough language. But certainly the second vote would clarify in some respects that first vote.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Councilor Hanson.
Yeah, from my perspective, it's important, it's helpful, even if the councilor opposes the municipal collection, I think, but they support the hybrid, I do think it's helpful to support consolidation in general and not shoot that down, because if that goes down, I don't know exactly where that leaves us in terms of moving forward if the council has rejected consolidation, period. So I would encourage anyone who supports consolidated generally to support that, and then we can specifically vote on how we feel about municipal, immediately following that.
Councilor
And I
Mason?
think oh, sorry, can I just say one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just that if the municipal fails, I think then, but the consolidated succeeds, I think it's pretty clear that the hybrid is what, is where we're going.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Councilor Mason?
I'm not, this is a convoluted way now that we've done this, Councilor Hanson, I'm not sure I agree that, by voting no on both, that forecloses the possibility of a hybrid consolidated approach. We have not specifically voted on, and I believe our rules would allow that to come back. So I will be voting no on both only because my intention is to foreclose the municipal option. I don't want to leave it open by a majority vote on the first question and a minority or a negative vote on the second. So I didn't create this little puzzle we've got here now, but I want to explain, I'm interested in a further conversation about the hybrid model, and I don't believe my vote no on both the first and the second question will preclude that from happening.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. I have Councilor Shannon to be followed by Councilor Carpenter.
Because I don't know what a yes vote on the first one opens the door to, and it's not defined, I will be voting no.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter.
Attorney Richardson, can you just clarify can we bring back a resolution on some form of consolidated collection or other incentives or other program? If we vote no on the first resolve, that doesn't prohibit us from coming back with another proposal.
So if both, or just the first resolution was not to pass, it would require the business to be brought subsequent to be significantly new business. And I think it could be defined in that respect if you use language such as a hybrid model or with some degree of specificity, that it would allow that to come back as new business.
So if we vote no tonight, we still could bring some proposal back at some time.
I mean, certainly as a piece of new business, not limited by yes.
Okay, any other comments from councilors? We ready to vote on the two questions? Okay, so we will start off with a vote on the first resolve clause from lines 28 through 30 that reads, "Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council supports the implementation of a consolidated collection approach to picking up its residential trash, recycling, and organics for at least 1 to 4 unit residential parcels." Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councilor Barlow,
No.
Councilor Carpenter,
No.
Councilor Jang,
No.
Councilor Freeman,
Yes.
Councilor Hanson,
Yes.
Councilor Hightower,
Yes.
Councilor Mason,
No.
Councilor Paul,
No.
Councilor McGee,
Yes.
Councilor Shannon,
No.
Councilor Stromberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
6 ayes, 6 nays.
The first question fails. Now we will go to the second, which is the lines 31 and 32. Be it further resolved that the City Council supports the full municipal operation model where the city would collect all 3 waste streams, trash, recycling, and organics. Will the city clerk please call the roll on that question?
Councilor Barlow,
No.
Councilor Carpenter,
No.
Councilor Jang,
No.
Councilor Freeman,
Yes.
Councilor Hanson,
Yes.
Councilor Hightower,
Yes.
Councilor Mason,
No.
Councilor Paul,
No.
Counselor McGee,
Yes?
Counselor Shannon,
No.
Counselor Stromberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
6 ayes, 6 nays.
The second question fails as well. That closes that item and brings us into our next item, which is 7.04, a resolution regarding a special city meeting issuance of general obligation bonds for capital projects. Councillor Paul.
Thanks. I'd like to move the resolution, waive the reading, and I'm happy to speak to this, but I'm not sure if the administration.
Councillor Paul, if you could use your mic, please.
I'm not sure if the administration, would like to speak to this first, but I would ask for a second first.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Hightower. Mayor, did you want to speak to this first?
Thank you, President Tracy. Just briefly want to make sure the full council is aware, we have been discussing and evolving this plan for the last couple months, including presentations at the 2 committee and MPAs and the Board of Finance 2 weeks ago, and then an extended discussion earlier tonight. I am pleased to say that the Board of Finance did, by a unanimous 4-0 vote, recommend the approval of this plan, and a vote tonight by the council to put this bond issue before the voters for a special election. And I hope that this council will find a way to strongly support this. I think this is an opportunity for us together to take the next step in really critical work that I think defines significantly much of our important part of our work together for the last 5 years. 2016, we passed a sustainable infrastructure plan that changed the trajectory of so much of our critical public infrastructure, our streets, our sidewalks, our bike path, the investment in our parks and these municipal buildings. It was always contemplated that there would be a need for a second major infusion of resources after the first 5 years of the plan was complete. We are now at that moment where, if we're going to continue this momentum, we need to go back to the voters and ask for the support. We have tried to be very mindful of our responsibilities to manage the city's finances responsibly and to be aware of affordability issues with this plan. We are making this presentation consistent, and you will see in the details of the resolution, this is very much a plan that is being done consistent with the 2018 debt management plan that this council passed, recognizing that we were in a period of needing to make major capital investment. We can make investment. We can take on bonding at this level and stay consistent with that debt policy. And as I hope you saw, this has recently, just in the last week, been reaffirmed by our credit rating agency, Moody's, which reaffirmed the city's AA credit rating with an expectation that we would be making significant additional general obligation borrowing, TIF borrowing, and school investment. Nonetheless, they essentially gave an endorsement of the direction that we are headed. And then secondly, in terms of affordability, we have worked very hard in what we have brought forward here to have a plan before you that would leverage tens of millions of dollars from other sources to minimize the impact on local taxpayers. We'll be pursuing federal and state funding over the next 3 years as we implement this plan. We will be utilizing other sources, and thus our intention would be over the next 3 years to build nearly $150 million of infrastructure investment, while this new bond would be less than a third of that total, keeping the cost to the average Burlington homeowner when fully drawn down, approximately $13 a month. I think I'll leave it there, and our Public Works Director, Chapin Spencer, is here to help answer any questions. I hope this is something that we can do together, and that can be a lasting impact of our service together if we get this right.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Hightower.
Great. So I'm going to ask the same question that I originally asked in Board of Finance, which is, would you consider dividing the question to having 30 million of some of the funds that were discussed in TUC and then 10 million for Memorial Auditorium? And two reasons for that. The first being that some of the public process originally did not include Memorial Auditorium. And then the second one being that I think at least the folks who have contacted me, I think would like to show different preferences between those items.
Thank you, Councilor Hightower. Mayor?
The administration has put this forward and worked with the council and councilors answering questions and come up with a resolution that is before you. And it is our recommendation that we go forward with the resolution as written. I think we are already, this would be a second ballot item on the special election ballot in addition to the Burlington Electric Department revenue bonds. And my sense is that as two items, it is clear and is a straightforward decision, and I think it adds some complication to create another item. And further, I think we have reached the point where we can no longer, and then it's been taking us decades to get to this point, we can no longer afford not to budget significant funds for Memorial Auditorium. So we are at the point, the building has been closed for years, it is deteriorating, and we are going to need to make significant investment in it. So I think we should put in front of the voters a package that gives us resources to deal with that, and that the $40 million proposal does that. If we were to split it into two, I think we may find ourselves needing to make significant repairs to Memorial Auditorium out of the smaller number, and that would then come at the expense of other key priorities. I think this has been a problem many decades, many years in the making, and the way to ensure that we have the resources to address the problem is to pass the resolution as it is and to have one ballot item.
You have the floor, Councilor Hightower.
Thank you, Mayor. I will not attempt to divide something again that I don't know will have a different vote. So unless I do think that is something that I'm hearing from my constituents, that they would like to express a difference in preference, that some folks would like to vote for one of it. So I am throwing that out for discussion, but I won't take any action.
Thank you, Councilor Hightower. Councilor Paul.
Thanks, President Tracy. So, I remember the vote that we took to get this started 5 years ago. And at the time, I remember talking about that, one of the most fundamental and critical needs of our city, and one of our most important responsibilities as elected officials, is to address infrastructure, maintenance, and then also what's I think equally as important is implementing cutting-edge technology responsiveness. All of these things cost a lot of money, and they don't cost less if we wait longer. The bonding that is before us, and it's in the resolution, and I think it's worth the public knowing, is that there's a list of the proposed allocation of the $40 million. And of course, that could be subject to change, our evolving needs. But I think it's worth mentioning that in the resolution, streets and sidewalks are an amount of $4 million. Bike infrastructure and intersection enhancements in the amount of $2.5 million. Also, our bridges, civic buildings, parks, fleet enhancement, and greater public safety infrastructure. One thing that's also important to note is that while it is $40 million, it's not as if we will be bonding for $40 million on day one. And even the numbers that the administration has come up with are very round amounts, 10 million the first year, 20, and then 10. But it's important to note that, you know, we're not going to bond for projects that aren't ready to go. So in other words, we are going to be careful with this bonding authority, as we always are, but careful in the sense that we're not needlessly spending interest on projects that haven't quite gotten to that point. As well, there's going to be, these will go through an annual budgeting process, so there's more opportunity for input, and as I say, it'll be on an as-approved or as-needed basis. One of the things that I also wanted to just mention is that we talked about this we talked about this bonding at the Board of Finance meeting on September 13th, and the information that we had gotten at that time was very different from the bonding, the debt policy assumptions that we got in 2018 that were done by the former CAO, Beth Anderson. And I was sort of taken back by the fact that the grand list assumptions were much greater than what I have always been told since I've been involved with municipal government, how much our grand list grows. However, I have never been associated with city finances after a reappraisal, because we don't do them very often. And given that the reappraisal, that does have an impact, and rightly so, on the overall grand list value. Based on that, there was a spreadsheet, and well, actually many spreadsheets that we were given to give us the overall effect of what this will mean on our debt policy. And I share the concerns that I think many people do, that we all know we need a new high school. There's probably a very good chance that the school department is going to come back with an ask that is significantly higher than the one that they asked for 3 years ago. And how are we going to be able to afford more of this? Now, I don't know what they're going to come back, so it's not appropriate for me to say. But based on the administration's assumption, I think assumptions and their spreadsheets, you know, I think that there is a lot of capacity while still allowing us to continue to maintain an investment-grade bond rating. And as the mayor has alluded, the Moody's assessment acknowledges all of these things. They acknowledge the new high school that will be coming at some point, and they are still very supportive of our credit rating, which to me adds a lot of credibility and veracity to our conclusion in going forward with this $40 million GO bond. The last thing I just wanted to mention is that I spoke with the CAO today. We spent about an hour on the phone sharing our screens, and I certainly got a very clear understanding in terms of also how interactive the spreadsheet is and being able to understand what kind of debt capacity we can absorb while still maintaining a great credit rating. And just wanted to thank Catherine, thank her team, and also thank the former CAOs, Beth and Bob, who have been amazing through all of this. You've got like a major financial brain trust going here, and I am very grateful for the amount of time that all of you have spent to make this an understandable assessment, and am supportive of going forward with this. I just, in closing, would also just like to mention that I know that we have all been through a tough year, and we've been through a reappraisal. Many people have had personal losses and challenges through this pandemic. We're looking at a cost that will work out to about $15 on a median home. I know that money is still money, but I'm hopeful that this is something that we can all support, because it's a capital need, and it's something that we, I think, as elected officials need to do and do now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Mayor Weinberger.
Thanks, President Tracy. I just wanted to add very quickly, in addition to people that should be called out as having worked on this for years, should include Martha Keenan, who has been responsible both for the development of our initial sustainable infrastructure plan, the implementation of much of the plan, personally managing many of the projects, and the presentation of the materials for tonight. And so she is, I neglected to mention, she's also here and available for questions if there are any at this point.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments from councilors? Councilor Barlow, to be followed by Councilor Hanson.
Thank you, President Tracy. I was sort of, I'd say, lukewarm at best when this was first brought up 2 weeks ago. And I do appreciate all the work that's been done to address my concern about finding ways to limit the tax implications of this bonding request. There's 2 resolve clauses that were added. The first that will seek additional non-tax funding sources, like federal money that we don't know how yet will materialize. And if we can find that for projects, we'll use that instead of leveraging additional debt and putting guardrails around the $10 million for Memorial Auditorium, with additional council action required if we want to move ahead on any of that. So I appreciate the work that was done to address that, and those were definitely improvements, in my view, to the original proposal. The other thing, as Councilor Paul mentioned, is the high school. You know, I served on the school board for 4 years and was part of the original re-envisioning project, and was spent many, many hours on that proposal and understanding all of the city the school district capital needs and bonding processes. And I just wanted to thank CIO Shad and Mayor Weinberger for spending a lot of time and a lot of spreadsheets sent to me to help me to understand where the debt capacity is and how adding this bond will affect the overall ability of the city to also fund a high school. And I have a level of comfort with that now that I didn't have even at the start of today. So thank you for that, and I will be supporting this tonight.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Councilor Hanson.
Yeah, I come at it from a different angle of Councilor Barlow, that I've been very supportive of this from the beginning, and the need is very critical. If folks didn't see the full presentation, the need is actually much greater than what we're asking for, and it's a lot of maintenance that's been deferred for far too long. So it's really important that we try to catch up and that we try to address infrastructure in our city. And if we don't, and if this fails, we're gonna just have to spend more money later. So although it might be challenging for folks to be able to afford the tax increase that this would lead to, if we defer it, it's going to be even worse economically for all of us as taxpayers. And so it's really important that we try to support our infrastructure and catch up on deferred maintenance. The change around Memorial Auditorium and the rest of the 30 million of this is flexible between projects, which I think is a good way to go, because we don't think the pandemic has really underscored the fact that we don't know what's coming next. And we live in a very dynamic and constantly evolving world. And there's so many examples I could think of that would cause us to need to change direction, need to be flexible and nimble in terms of what infrastructure we're prioritizing. So I don't like that 10 million can't be used for anything other than memorial. I like the other 30 million because it's flexible among urgent priorities. I also don't really like that it's a little bit unclear, at least when I tried to address it in Board of Finance, is what legally sort of where that actually falls, because there's the resolution and then there's the actual ballot language. So I am a bit uncomfortable with that, but at the same time, this is so important, and I want Councillor Barlow and others to support it. So I'm not going to propose any changes. I want to see us all, get behind this. I think it's critically important for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shannon.
Thank you, President Tracy. I think that this bond gives the city a lot of bang for the buck. However, I know that my constituents are really struggling with the reappraisal. They need lower taxes, not higher taxes. They also need the infrastructure maintained. My main objection to this bond is the timing. I don't think it's fair to put this ahead of the school. I think that our voters should have the opportunity to look at them, to either look at the school first and then this, or look at them together. But I won't support putting this bond forward at this time.
Thank you. Any other comments from councillors? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to a vote. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councillor Barlow,
Yes.
Councillor Carpenter,
Yes.
Councillor Freeman,
Yes.
Councillor Hanson,
Yes.
Councillor Hightower,
Yes.
Councillor Mason,
Yes.
Councillor Paul,
Yes.
Councillor McGee,
Yes.
Councillor Shannon,
No.
Councillor Stromberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes. He's off.
10 ayes, 1 nay.
Thank you. And one absent. Councillor Jang let me know that he had signed off for that item. So the resolution carries, and this will be placed on a special election ballot. Moves us into our next item, which is item 7.05. Before we get into that item, I'm actually going to call a 10-minute recess. So we will come back, reconvene at 9:47. So I'll come right back. Thank you. item 7.05, communication acting chief of police John Murad regarding a stabilization plan for the Burlington Police Department. Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I would like to move that we approve the authorization of John Murad, acting chief of police, to execute a retention and recruitment plan for officers of the Burlington Police Department with a maximum limiting amount of, by my calculation, $850,000.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilor Mason. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Shannon. Councilor Mason, did you want the floor back?
No, but I would invite the chief, acting chief up, maybe to field any questions on the plan.
Certainly. Welcome, Acting Chief Murad.
Thank you, Council President.
Are there, did you want?
So yeah, may I start, Chief? Could, we've had the benefit of reading the plan. If I, for the public's benefit and for those who have not read it, could I maybe have you offer a little primer and then what's proposed?
Thank you, sure. So I did prepare a PowerPoint with some quick slides. Thank you. If you will proceed to the first, thank you. So these are, we have been rapidly decreasing our numbers, and that's, of course, was the intention of the resolution last June. I think it has happened at a more accelerated clip than many people anticipated. We did have some anticipation of this, but certainly it has been rapid. 96, 92 at the time of the resolution. We are currently at 68, as I clarify that in the memorandum of what 68 is, but 68 is what is currently available to us. And in fact, it's actually below 68 because 3 of the people counted in that 68 are either on long-term military deployment or are injured and are on long-term administrative duty. Could you go to the next slide, please? This is a picture of the current sworn staffing and the effective number, as I said, of 65. That's 68 minus those 3 who are not available. And these are the numbers that we have. It is below what even the resolution last summer envisioned. By contract and by workload, our detectives must have 10 officers. And by MOU, we must commit a certain number of officers to Cousy in proportion to our the incidents of sex crimes that occur in Burlington and crimes against children in Burlington. That is part of that complement that you can see on the right side of this graphic. Federal law dictates the number of officers that we dedicate to the airport. It's determined in part by the number of gates, including the baggage gate. And that dictates the fact that we have a supervisor and 7 officers at the airport in order to have 24-hour staffing for all gates there. And then we have the rest of our officers primarily dedicated to patrol and to our day shift and our evening shift. But we anticipate that we're going to lose another 10 officers between now and next July. And that anticipation is based on knowledge of officers who've said they're going, officers we know are in processes with other police departments, and also officers who are anticipated to retire based on tenure. If we could go, now I do want to note that this graphic doesn't show the CSOs or the CSLs. We currently have 2 CSOs. We have had those CSO positions for a long time. This body agreed to increase the allotment of CSOs. We are working on hiring new CSOs. I point out in the memo, I believe that we have 3 CSLs in the hiring process and 4 CSOs in various stages of the hiring or training process. So this does not show those positions. But these are the officers that we need to train the CSOs and work with the CSLs and backstop both positions. And we are losing officers rapidly at a rate that frankly does begin to compromise what we can do. We already cannot provide the services that we have in the past. The next slide, please. This is just a different way of looking at the officers available. The next slide, please. this is our hiring versus our attrition, and this is actually slightly different than the one that was in the memorandum. You'll see that there's 17 in 2021, not 16, which the memorandum shows. That's year to date, and that is because I had missed one. We've lost a large number, and there was one who had sort of snuck out at the end of August who hadn't been counted in the table that I included in the MOU. Next slide, please. This is our head count, month by month, from 2015 to 2021. These are the first of the month. So on on January 1st, on February 1st, on March 1st, and you can see where we were previously and where we've gone. And that is a tremendous deficit. I spoke recently with former Chief of Police Sherling, now Commissioner Sherling of the Department of Public Safety. He pointed out that to go from the mid-80s to 100, which was a move they made in the early 2000s, took them 7 years. And that was with an existing pool of applicants in the hundreds, 200 to 300 existing pools. We currently have about, I think, 30 to 40 in our pool. By no means are all those candidates going to be people who ultimately become police officers. The point of a pool like that is to have a deep body of folks that you can select from and be stringent in your standards. But we don't have that pool. We had to forego that pool once we were no longer allowed to hire and we're unsure when hiring would begin again. And so for us to be able to climb in the same kind of numbers, if it is determined that this agency needs to be, whether it's at 74 or whether it's higher than that, once this final version of the CNA report comes out and then others are able to weigh in and determine a number, if that number is 20 higher than we currently are in the mid-60s, it's going to take a very long time. It's going to take several years at minimum to achieve those numbers. And what will aggravate that or make that harder is if we continue to lose from where we are. That's predicated, that 7-year, multi-year build is predicated on staying at this 68, 65 number. If we in fact lose 10 over the next year, between now and July as we anticipate, then it's that much more difficult. And as I've pointed out before, it has partly to do with the length of time it takes to identify, vet, hire, and train a police officer. It also has to do with the fact that in Vermont, all police officers ultimately have to go through the Vermont Police Academy. Recruits have to be there for the full academy experience, but even lateral officers who we bring in from other states who are already certified officers have to go through a process that is dictated by the pace of the Vermont Police Academy. And therefore, there's a bottleneck for us that even if I could miraculously identify 12 officers in one swoop, and we could also fund those 12 officers, we would not be able to have those 12 officers get seats in the Vermont Police Academy and suddenly be hired. So this hiring process is going to be, for the next year or two, it is going to be a matter of one step forward and 3 or 4 steps back as officers depart. And then we will stabilize in another 2 years in a process of 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, where we're going to kind of stabilize. And then we hope to be able to get to a process in 4 years or more of saying, okay, now we're actually in a place where we're going 3 or 4 steps forward and only 1 step back at any given time. And anything we can do to minimize the level at which we are falling and minimize to prevent us from falling further, I think is worthwhile. And that was the nature of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Chief. Councilor Mason, did you want the floor?
Yes, please, President Tracy. Thank you, Acting Chief Murad. Just, I think, 2 points of clarification. What the proposal in front of us, because there was a little bit of a discussion about a potential modification to the retention piece as opposed to the recruitment. But the retention piece, I think the consensus of the council was to move forward with a retention piece of a $2,000 payment on, what's the date? November 15th, 2021, which is consistent with what was in your memo. And the second recommendation was to move the second payment on September 1st, 2022 to $8,000 and not have the third payment. So that was the justification and the math that was behind the reduction in the overall. So So I don't know how we make that binding, because it's not in the resolution, but that was the sense of the council and my understanding that's been discussed with the administration with you, and that is acceptable. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
And to be clear,
That's
you
what I'm
made
saying.
that amount was in your original motion, correct?
Well, the resolution only has a dollar amount. It doesn't.
Right, and you made you made a different dollar
I did
amount.
reduce the dollar amount to take into account that there was not the third payment. So thank you for that clarification. I will be supporting this resolution. I think for those of us, I mean, the public comments that we heard earlier tonight were not a surprise. Those are consistent with not only my own personal experience. Unfortunately, I've had my car broken into twice. I'm intersecting, with individuals who are living in our parking garage and dealing with staff who are quite afraid. We're all getting the front porch forums that read more like a crime blotter right these days than, necessarily a front porch forum. I'm not naive enough to believe that this is the panacea or this solves it. But I do feel that we would, a further reduction of 10 or even one officer is not going to improve our public safety output. I appreciate there are other conversations about how to address what's going on, but I think I see this personally as one step to moving that forward. So for that reason, I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. Councilor Hightower.
Oh my gosh, I have so much to say. Did not plan on saying any of this, but I think the first thing is we have 70 officers. First, sometimes I feel like we are throwing out a lot of different definitions of numbers, of effective cap, how many effective officers we have, how many actual officers we have. And sometimes it gets a little bit confusing when you have charts that not only have axes that don't go to zero, which at least if you're a millennial like me, you learned in high school that is a strategy for distorting data. But more than that, when you're comparing things like, the most officers we've ever had, some of which I assume were about to go into retirement, some of which I assume were also on military leave, and then we're comparing it to the worst case scenario now, we're comparing apples and oranges, to be very clear, in the same graph, and it's frustrating. But that's not my point. I guess a question that I have is why we're coming back for sworn officer deal sweetener, which I'm not opposed to because I do think they are. I do think that we have good people on the force who are trying to do a very difficult job right now. But at the same time, we approved other positions back in February, none of which we've come back for a way to improve recruitment around that. Or if it's been so difficult, why hasn't that been part of the plan? And I think the second thing is just we've been talking about alternatives for so long, and we keep coming back to the sworn officer count, which is great, but maybe so that's a question to Chief Murad. But then I think also the alternatives is something that we can't seem to get on the table at all when we're talking about the sworn officer count over and over and over again, which is maybe more of a question to the mayor, so both of those.
Okay, well, why don't we start with Acting Chief Murad?
What specifically?
Yes, I would like to hear why the CSO, CSL hires have been so slow and why, if they were approved over half a year ago, there's been no ask to help support those hires.
So when they were approved, the memorandum at the time actually stated that we wouldn't be able to hire them until the new fiscal year. In July, we did begin that process. We have as many as we have had viable candidates. We have had a number of candidates, I want to say in the vicinity of 35, and the number who actually showed up for final stages of interviews and took the tests got us to where we are right now with approximately, I think, 3 in process and a 4th who is close to being ready to begin those processes. And then going through a background check, et cetera, and then training. And so I'm quite hopeful that we'll actually have 4 who are in the field, at least in training, before the end of this year, which is pretty much what I indicated would be the case in the memorandum in January. With regard to the CSLs, we have all 3. They are not, I think 1 is hired and the other 2 are in background. And we're going to have to, we'll be working on the training for those 3 CSLs, and then we'll figure out where 2 of them are ultimately going to be assigned and sit. But as Lacey Smith, who's doing the bulk of that training, has made it clear, seating is somewhat incidental to the work that they do, which is in the field. So those positions are priorities for us. We've been working to identify candidates, bring candidates in, and actually get them on board. But it's not out of keeping with what the plan stated when I first proposed it in December of 2020, and then formalized it in the memorandum to the City Council in January of 2021.
Right, but your original, sorry, do I still have that?
Go ahead.
Your original plan also said that we would take 7 months to train the CSOs when we had heard it would take, or previous CSOs had been trained in 1 month. To how much do CSOs get paid?
Training is not 7 months. Training it is the entirety of the process that is 7 months. Okay. And while the field training process for the existing CSOs may have been in the order of about 6 weeks, we anticipate this being longer because we're asking them to do more things. We have to train them to be able to respond to non-injury crashes where there's no investigation but reports have to be taken. We have to train them to work with people and potentially issue municipal tickets, which they have not done in the past. There are changes to their job description that are going to entail changes to the training regime. What do the CSOs make? I had that amount. I can find it for you if you give me a moment.
Yeah, no rush.
Okay, did you have another question for the mayor, Councilor Hightower?
Yeah, which is just if on this we could also get an update on where we are with alternatives and why, we haven't moved as quickly on that as maybe some of us would have hoped.
Mayor Weinberger?
Thanks, President Tracy. Councilor Hightower. From my perspective, the council has now authorized at different times, not all going back to February, 3 different significant increases in capacity. The CSO program, the CSL program, and then the hope for a CAHOOTS-like partnership. I think there has been progress on all 3 fronts, notably the CSL program. As the chief just reported, we have hired an additional CSL. The council did not authorize the hiring of the final 2 CSLs until, I believe, the July resolution, and as heard, we had a successful. That is going well. We have the 2 candidates identified, and they're going through the final processes for becoming an employee and being able to do this work. So I think there we're making real progress, and I'm hopeful about that. There's clearly a huge need there, and all 3 of them being deployed can't come soon enough. The CSO program, I think it's accurate what the chief has said, that he indicated this would be a new program that took time to build up. At the same time, I don't think the chief would disagree. We were the initial yield of the initial round of advertising and candidates gives me some concern about how quickly we are going to be able to develop this program. And it may be that as we're in the process of taking stock from this first effort, that something needs to be done there to make that to get to our goals with the CSLs. With the CSOs. The budget process that passed at the end of June is what authorized the creation of a CAHOOTS-like partnership, and there has been an enormous amount of work that's gone on through the summer by city staff as well as by community members, and I think we are very close to being at the point where we can put out an RFP. There too, it's a major new undertaking, one that will involve probably multiple partners, and I think we were clear this was going to take significant time to actually create, and it shouldn't be a surprise that it's taking some time. I guess I think it is clear that there is consensus around these alternative resources, and we are trying to move on them. And none of that there is no scenario where we don't also need a significant number of sworn officers for public safety our public safety goals to be achieved, as the chief pointed out in a comment there, but I think it's a comment that is an important one for all three of these additional alternative resources require significant coordination and in some cases training and support from the police to be successful. We are going to be more able to launch and implement those programs if we do not lose more officers. So I think we agree there needs to be more progress there, and I think that is, I hope we do not lose sight of what the issue that is in front of the council tonight, which is, this is something after a number of contentious, divided votes. I hope this is something we can do with broad consensus. Whether or not you believe that 74 was the right number, or 85, or the original 105, regardless, we are now below those numbers, and I think we should believe the officers who are telling us that we are going to lose more soon if we don't do something. This is an opportunity for the administration and the council to say together to the officers that we value their work. We know they are an important part of our public safety efforts, and we know that and we value them. We value their work, and we value them as individuals. And I think that would be a more powerful statement if this is something the council can do with a broad consensus.
Council President, I do have those figures. In the pilot plan that was presented in January was different than the full plan that was presented in December and early January. The full plan talked about 12 CSOs eventually and 6 CSLs deploying with officers, and that talked about that being a 1 or 2 year way to stabilize versus a multi-year 5 or 6 or 7 with regard to hiring officers. So it was always planned that was something that was it had a time window. It wasn't something that was going to happen immediately. But do we wish that we were able to recruit a little more? Do we wish we were seeing better numbers? As the mayor stated, yes, absolutely we do. So I'll take an opportunity to plug it right now and say that anybody watching, whether that's the media or whether that's on our town hall TV, these are great positions. It is $47,000 a year starting for a CSO. That's $22.60 an hour. That is an excellent wage for excellent work. It is meaningful work, and there is an opportunity to engage with the public, to serve this community, to be part of something that is new and different, and is going to be an expansion of an existing role. That role tops out at $56,000 and at $26 an hour. The CSLs, as I stated, the 3 that we were allotted are filled, but ultimately the public safety continuity plan, the full build out, called for 6. 6 to be based in the police department, working with police officers and turning out with officers. That role starts at $60,000 a year, or $29 an hour, and tops at $72,000 a year, or $34.60 an hour. Those are strong salaries in this marketplace. They are strong salaries in the city. They are indicative of the value that we place in these positions, and the real potential for people to come aboard in this department and be able to serve their community in a new way. And ultimately, I think that we are hopeful that the that the CSO role will be a way of identifying good police officers. It has been in the past. But irrespective of whether or not that's the case, it's a great job in and of itself. And so I will say to the media that we are looking for people to fill these positions, and it is an excellent opportunity to find a good job with the city of Burlington, to serve the city of Burlington, and to have a real career that has potential for growth and new things.
Thank you. Councilor Hightower, you have the floor.
Thanks, and thank you for that recruiting pitch, because those are certainly positions that I'm anxious to fill. I do think that I have to say that while we say we keep losing, not to lose sight of the issue, I do think part of the issue is how much more we've talked about this police cap than we've talked about solutions to alternatives. I'm really glad that this conversation has happened. I think Lacey Ann Smith has taken a great leadership role in moving it forward this summer. I wish that had happened last summer, last fall, last winter, when we had a director of police transformation who was supposed to be leading some of those conversations. And I'm frustrated that we're still here and we haven't done anything. And while, you know, half of the city thinks that the problem is that we don't have enough officers, the other half of the city thinks that the problem is that we just keep saying we're not going to enforce anything and are releasing more press releases on crime. Like, while we're playing politics, like, the city's frustrated. Like, we have problems that can't be solved by police officers that we're not dealing with. We have problems that can be solved by police officers that we're not dealing with. And I think people are frustrated with us because we're too busy playing politics to solve anything. So yes, I will be voting yes on this proposal, but I think that it's frustrating that we're talking about a cap again, that we're talking about sworn officers again when there's so many other public health issues that we should be bringing forward to the council.
Thank you, Councilor Hightower. Mayor?
I just think it's important to not lose sight of the fact that we are here tonight presenting a retention and recruitment plan for sworn officers because that was explicitly the charge that was in the council resolution and the police commission resolution, asking us to come back from the August resolution. So it's just a little tough. The council invited this discussion. We have come forward with a proposal to address a clear need. No one is suggesting by the focus on this tonight that we do not have a ton of work to do in numerous other areas, and that work is moving as quickly as we can move it, and we will continue to be working hard on that.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have anyone else in the queue. Councilor Shannon.
Oops. Thank you. I don't think it's fair to berate you for all the work that you have done to try and hold things together in a profoundly difficult environment, which was projected on you without any kind of plan. And I appreciate all the work that you have done to play the hand that's dealt you and to find solutions. And I want to thank you, the other officers that are on the job that have chosen to stay here. And I also want to share that my constituents appreciate your work, and I hear that quite regularly. I think that it's great that we are hiring CSOs and CSLs because I do think that there is a new future for policing, but it doesn't happen in a day. It's a building process, and you have diligently worked on building that new process. So I want to thank you, and I do support this plan to try and retain officers and attract officers to Burlington. And I hope that there's an interest in serving here because we are going to have a new kind of policing here and new kinds of opportunities for public safety. And ultimately, I think people are not feeling safe in our community, and I think we all want public safety. So thank you for your commitment to that.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Don't have anyone else in the queue. Councilor Hanson.
Thanks. Yeah, and I would echo a lot of what I've heard, especially from Councilor Hightower. I think we've been in this really challenging debate and process around public safety and really trying to forge ahead and build a new system that not many communities have built out in the U.S. thus far. But I think it's critical and we need to stay focused on that. And I too am frustrated, as others are, that I feel that there's been, there could be more progress and more discussion there rather than the focus around maintaining the cap or maintaining sworn officers. I think we recognize that that this is an issue. That's why we invited it back at the last council meeting, because we do understand that we haven't yet built up the alternatives enough to where, to where the system can handle losing so many officers. We simply just haven't created the new system properly enough to allow for a drop in officer count. And so I think that's why we're here. We're trying to come together around that. We're trying to address that. And that's really what this is about. At the same time, I want to see us, coming together around really leaning into the transition. And I think part of that ties in with officer recruitment and retention is how do we communicate that vision in a way that brings people in, and part of that is coming together around something like this, but I think part of that is setting the tone of officers can be part of this transition and should come to Burlington if they want to be on the cutting edge of building out a new system. And same with existing officers that want to stay and want to serve the community and want to see that. And I hope that that's who we're attracting, that's who we're keeping on, is folks who are of that mindset. And I don't know, I don't want to see us creating a tone of or a culture of resistance to that within BPD. So it's difficult. I think we're coming at this issue from different perspectives, but as much as we can try to move forward together and recognize that this is a change, this is uncomfortable, but ultimately it's going to serve the community better, and ultimately it is what we've heard overwhelmingly from the community in terms of where we want to go. So I support this, understanding that we haven't built up those alternatives yet, and I hope that those of us who have been the most eager to see that built out, I hope that others can come together with us on that, since we're coming together around this and around supporting the existing system as we do that work.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Councillor Paul.
Thanks, President Tracy. So I think that we've come to this conversation a number of times, but I think it's worth repeating that I still feel, and I think there's a number of us who still feel, that there was a lot of good that came out of the racial justice resolution, which we passed 9-3 last summer. A lot that moved a needle that desperately needed to be moved, and a lot that created a stir and discomfort to the status quo. But in the end, I think it brought us awareness as a community to move forward. And as a community, we do need a police department that is community engaged, is supportive of collaborative change and transformation, of thinking way outside the box and with a genuine mindset to finding new solutions, as well as professional self-reflection. I know that's a mouthful. These are complex asks. And our officers who hear this and do this, they are deserving of our support and our mentorship. At the same time, I also want to acknowledge, how appreciative I am of the work that all of our colleagues at this table have done this evening to come to consensus so that we can send a collective message of support to our officers. I think our greatest priority going forward is that we need to reimagine public safety together, not us, them, but together. And I think that if we do that, that we can find long-term progress together. And I'm hopeful that we can all be a part of that solution going forward this evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. I don't have anyone else in the queue. Ready to vote? Okay. Will all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Acting Chief. Actually, Acting Chief, you're on next for the next item as well. So stay put for just a second. Brings us to our next item, which is item 7.06, which is just simply a communication. May I please have a motion on the communication? Councilor Shannon.
I move to waive the reading and accept the communication and place it on file.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. There's a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Barlow. Councilor Shannon, did you want the floor back?
Thank you.
Acting Chief Murad, are you able to just explain what's in this memo?
Yes, thank you, Council President. This memo is about the 2021 Equitable Sharing Annual Agreement and Certification. Since we've waived the reading, I don't think it's necessary for me to read this, the entirety of it, but Equitable Sharing is a federal program in which the proceeds of liquidated assets forfeited after criminal investigations and obtained almost entirely from post-conviction distributions are shared among participating state and federal law enforcement authorities after being distributed to victims. It has to go to victims and have victim compensation first. We participate in this program. We have. It requires a certification each year, which the mayor signed. That has been signed for this year. In the most recent fiscal year, the city received $32,695.52 through this program. I have detailed in this memorandum 11 pages of examples of the cases from which that money was obtained. All of them, with the exception of 2 postal cases, involved convictions of criminals. These are criminals who were moving felony weight of narcotics, 290 bags of heroin and laced with fentanyl in one instance, 41 grams of crack, federal cases involving the sale of contraband and drugs to children, a half kilo of marijuana in a sales front right across the street from City Hall, a instance in which a long-term case that involved 27 defendants arrested and convicted. And again, all of these are detailed in that memorandum in an appendix. But those are the kinds of cases that we're talking about and from which we received those funds.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we can go to a vote. And just to be clear, we're just voting to accept the communication and place it on file. We're not voting on any policy matters or any certifications of this program. Is that correct, Chief?
That is correct.
Okay. Everybody ready to vote? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Having already completed the other items on our agenda this evening, a motion to adjourn is in order. Moved by Councilor Paul. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor McGee. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned at 10:29. Have a good night, everyone.